Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Special Saturday edition of Live Sketch Claims. We have Mr. Bill Morrison joining us today. How you doing, Bill?
Hi, everyone. Doing good.
And we have Becker, who's going to be co-hosting with me today because Jeff's a slacker. Second time. No, I'm just
kidding. Jeff.
I know he's going to watch this again and go, "You call me a slacker again?" No, he's fine. He's doing real work.
Yeah.
We're playing
Stuff
on Saturday.
Pays.
Right.
So, hey, everybody, I hope you're all having a good and relaxing 4th of July weekend. Happy Independence Day to everybody. Hi, Anika. Hi, Mark. Are you doing comments, Ken, or am I?
We can both do it.
Okay.
Can I do it?
So today's kind of a special show. It's special because we're joined by Bill, of course. But Bill is only offering color today. We're going to try to do them, hopefully, on a lot of comic books that we have. If not, he can do them on 9x12s, torso, full figure. Those are going to be the options. I'm going to throw up a claim in a few minutes. When I do a claim, it's going to be a wheel claim. So I have a feeling we're going to get a bunch off the bat who are going to want to claim it. So what's going to happen is anybody who wants a sketch, you put your name out there, you want to claim it, and then I will put it into the wheel and we will spin for the first winner of that sketch. But let's see what Bill's doing right now. It looks like he's working on something pretty cool. You want to hold it up to the screen there, Bill? This is the kind of stuff you're going to be getting today.
Yeah,
color really makes
orientation is weird.
No, it looks great.
I think you can see it, right?
Yeah, we can see it really well.
Yeah, okay.
You can always hold it up to your computer screen too. I could always switch over.
Oh.
Be like that.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks great. The color really pops.
Oh, thank you. So what I'm doing is I'm sketching with a blue pencil, and then I kind of outline it real lightly, like not the final outline, because I'm using paint pens, which will obliterate some of the line. And then after I've got all the color in, then I go over top of it with the ink again to give it a nice final line. The thing I'm finding on this, it's kind of interesting. I like the way the paint goes down, but it's like this paper tears up the felt tip. So I'm getting all these little fuzzy balls that I have to remove. So not a big deal. Still looks great, but it kind of adds an extra element that I'm not used to. So I'm used to doing this with markers, but with markers, they don't really cover up the blue line sketch. So you can see the sketch lines underneath, which a lot of people like that. So, but I'm just kind of trying something different.
Well, It looks great. And somebody in the chat, Facebook user, any 11x17 one's up for sale today. You might want to switch over to YouTube because we can't see your name. Or it might be a StreamYard permissions.
I don't know if Bill, you want to do it any 11x17? Do you want to keep it small?
I don't know what I've got 1117. Yeah, I probably got some 1117 paper.
Well, if you get a claim and Bill's up for it, we can certainly. There's different prices on 11x17, so if you do want it, we can get with that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Before I do my final ink, and I've got another one that I started on. Should be dry by now. So I'll go ahead and ink this one.
Did you flash the claim, Ken? My video is a little choppy.
I did. I'll do it again. Maybe.
No, you got a claim. Mark Kessler claimed.
All right, Mark.
So, Mark, tell us what you already. Yeah, you have the options up.
Yes.
So yeah, Mark, you got the claim, at least on mine. I don't know if you see anything different, Ken.
Nope. Nope. That's the only claim we got was from Mark. Just need to know what you want, Mark.
The thing I like about these paint pens is if I make a mistake, they're opaque, so I can cover over it.
There you go.
That's kind of cool. That's something I can't do when I'm working in markers.
Hey, Linda.
So Mark Kessler, you've got a claim.
I'll text them. Hold on.
Mark saw the quality of my drawing and decided to.
Oh, there he is.
9x12 Millhouse as
Tetsushima from Akira. So a 9x12 full figure on board of Millhouse's Tetsushima from Akira. I'll send Ken a pic for reference.
Okay.
And that's fine, Mark. I get it. You were typing all that out. Yeah, Michael, we can see you now. And how this will work, people, for those of you that are new to 4C, when you see the video graphic for a claim, you write claim, and in this case, Mark was the first one, so you just kick back, relax, and enjoy the conversation and watch Bill draw, which is I've been getting to watch him draw here pre-show too, and it's been great. I really like the color work he's doing today. Did you get the pic for reference then, Ken?
he just sent it to me. I'm going to forward it to Bill right now.
So, Bill, pre-show, we were talking about trivia because we're going to have a trivia show, kind of maybe even a tournament we're talking about. And you said you had a story?
Yeah. I don't know if I've told this before. Some of you may have heard this. I remember telling this story recently, and I don't remember if it was on, with this group or not. So if you heard it, I apologize. But years ago, I had this idea when I was at Bongo. And for those of you that don't know Bongo, it's the company that Matt Groening owned and used to produce Simpsons and Futurama comics. And so I had this idea that I wanted to do at Comic-Con, which was to hold a comic book guy look-alike contest. And so I pitched it to the people at Comic-Con, and the problem they had with it was back then they had this other thing that, the day before Comic-Con started, they had a thing called Comic Expo, I think, and it was a retailer show. So it was just for retailers and professionals. So it was, kind of like the warm up before the fans would arrive to Comic-Con. And when I say Comic-Con, I'm talking about San Diego Comic-Con.
Right.
So
the big one.
Yeah. So they said, well, we don't want to alienate the retailers because comic book guy is such a negative stereotype of comic shop owners. We think, that might kind of piss some people off. So they declined. And I think I was at a party or something, and I was talking to somebody from the Wizard organization. And this was before they were doing shows all over the place. I think they only had the Chicago show.
which was my first con. I'm not from Chicago, but about 3 hours away.
Oh, okay. Well, they loved it, and they said, "Yeah, we'd love to do that." So they flew me and a couple of bongo people in, and they gave us a room and they gave us an hour. So it was kind of like a panel. It was on the schedule with the rest of the panels, but it was, this big, kind of like a pageant. I mean, I envisioned it like, I'd never done anything like this before. So I thought, well, if we just do like a lookalike contest, that might be kind of boring. Maybe we should like add more elements to it. So I decided to use beauty pageants as a kind of a model.
And there was like a runway of them, right?
Well, yeah, we didn't have a runway, but
like a line of them.
Yeah, and instead of just being a lookalike contest, I thought, well, what if we have elements to the contest where they can score points in different categories? So I came up with vocal impersonation of comic book guy, physical presentation, so the lookalike, and then the third one was trivia knowledge of comic books. So my next, once I came up with that, I thought, well, we need to have some celebrity judges. So I got Paul Dini and Mark Wade to be our celebrity judges. And, we announced it, we promoted it. All these people showed up in costume. And the thing that I didn't really, because I'd never done this before, the thing I didn't really think about was that it was possible. I mean, we built it as a lookalike contest, but it was possible that somebody could score higher in the other two categories and win the competition without really looking much like comic book guy. And it turns out that's exactly what happened. So the guy that won it, he aced the trivia competition, he aced the vocal impersonation, but he was dressed as Bender. So the winner of the comic book guy lookalike contest was a guy dressed as Bender.
Which is kind of like the most Bender thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, this is, if we had this in an episode of either Simpsons or Futurama, it would be perfect. It's right in line with something that would happen.
Would this have been in the early 2000s?
Yeah.
So I had friends go to that. I went to all those from 2001 to, I don't think we stopped going to that show until well after C2E2 was established. But yeah, for over a decade, my group of friends I was telling you about earlier, and I went to that every year. And two of my friends, I think, went to that as spectators.
Oh, really?
As you were telling it, I was kind of remembering it. It was weird. I didn't go to it, but I was at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center for that.
It was a fun event. It we had really good prizes. I think the first prize was an original Simpsons animation cell signed by Matt Groening.
Oh, wow.
And, the Playmates toys were out then. So we had all kinds of signed Playmates toys and books and all kinds of stuff.
Sounds great. So what are you working on right now? Let me see here.
You mean this thing I'm working
Bender,
on?
Yeah, so it's Bender and Maggie.
Yeah, this was a request that came in. How did we get this one, Ken?
Yep.
This came in last night, right? It's kind of like an early bird.
A couple days ago, yeah. If you want to, because he's not expecting that to be live. If you want to,
yeah, I just needed to let the Bartman dry a little bit.
Oh, gotcha.
So I can switch over to that.
I just got to about Facebook. They're having problems with that.
All right. Do you want me to start on the Millhouse?
Yes.
Okay. Let me step away a minute. You guys talk, and I'm going to get some paper.
Okay, well, we don't have anything up about it yet, but this trivia contest I was talking about is I'd like to do on 4C a kind of a tournament, a 4C tournament of champions with trivia questions. Themes will vary, but it'll be mostly comic book related for sure. And then there might be some aspects of art collecting in there also. We're just kind of getting a general kind of just seeing what people's interest level to participate would be. So anybody out there that's watching that would be interested in being a participant, we would love to kind of see what people think of that. And if we get enough people, we would kind of have like a March Madness bracket, a tournament style, round robin.
Yes, we'll put a post up, and anybody who's interested can just post that they're interested, and we'll reach out to you from there.
So, Ken, do you have that reference shot?
I sent it to you in Messenger.
Oh,
I don't know if you can look at it on any of your devices.
let's see.
Or you want me to just hold it up?
No. If you can email it to me, I'll just put it on my desktop.
Okay. There you go. Let me know if you get it.
Ken's having lunch. Yes, he was. We caught him flat-footed there. I'm just kind of catching up on the comments right now. It looks like everybody's been addressed on their questions. So how's everybody doing out there? I'm not seeing a lot of comments right now. I myself am working on my comic book collection this weekend. I'm bagging and getting bags and boards ready, which is always fun. I bought a 300 of each, so I've been putting those together this morning.
All right, I sent it to see if you get that, Bill.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Oh, it's an action figure.
And it's going to be Millhouse as the action figure?
They got a message on StreamYard saying they're having problems with Facebook, that they ended our broadcast on Facebook.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Mark. Not a fun weekend to work. Could be profitable, though, depending on what industry you're in. And Ken, I know you've got Anika's walking her dog. Ken, tomorrow you said you're cooking out, right?
Yeah, I'm smoking some ribs.
There you go. Mail some to me with my next, when you mail me my art, just mail me some ribs with it too. I think that'd work. I am also, Chris is working on his comics also, mainly moving them to another room. That's never fun. That is never fun. I'm rearranging
the first time in 3 weeks today. I had a big stack of books I needed to pick up.
Yeah, I rearranged my to read pile a little bit this morning. I kind of cycle through what I feel like reading next.
Yeah. You reading anything good, Bill? You read comics at all?
I do, but I haven't really read much of anything lately. I'm going to be doing a cover for Stray Dogs.
Oh, wow. Really popular series right now.
Yeah. So that's, I've got a pile of those to read to kind of get familiar. So that's kind of sitting next to my bed, but I haven't dug into it yet.
Unfortunately, that wasn't a book I got on, and it blew up so fast I didn't have time to grab them at reasonable prices. So now I'm waiting for the trade. When I was younger, I always had to have something, no matter how expensive it got, right away. And as I get older, I'm just like, oh, I'll get the trade. I'm not paying over $20 for a new issue. So
Yeah, that's how I am too.
And there's Millhouse. So Mark Kessler thinks ribs sound good. I tell you, Ken, I think you could really revolutionize shipping comic art and ribs together. You could be the guy to figure it out.
No, I don't want to be the guy to figure that part out.
Do you have it? So is your, are you one of those guys that like your recipe is a secret, or do you,
No, I don't care. Listen, it's a tried and true method. It's, depending on what kind of ribs you're making. Tomorrow I'm making spares.
mm-hmm.
So I'll trim them down St. Louis style. I'll make rib tips with the tops, and then the ribs I will use the 3-2-1 method for anybody who knows what that is. I mean, you smoke them for 3 hours, you wrap them for 2 hours, and then you finish them for 1 hour, and that's it. They are done, good to go.
Do you make your own sauce, or do you just use?
No,
okay.
I definitely have not. I have not evolved to that part yet.
I don't even own a smoker anymore, so I'm probably a bad Kansas Cityan. But there's just so many decent places around here that have a phenomenal barbecue that I just go pick up takeout when I feel it.
Are you doing a full figure on there, Bill?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I'm doing, right?
Yeah, yep. That's where he was making sure.
Yeah.
It's the angle. We can't see the
Yeah,
bottom.
the angle definitely.
Oh, let me see. Let me check the screen. Yeah, he's got short little legs.
Is that 9x12 or 11x17?
Well, the paper I've got is 11, or it's wider than 11. It's like 14x17.
Okay, because this was supposed to be 9x12.
I thought you said 11x17.
Oh, somebody had asked if that was an option, but that was.
Oh. Okay, well I can switch over.
Okay, unless Mark, you want that? You want the big one? Just let me
Is
know.
11x17 okay, Mark?
It's more money, but
That's okay. I can switch over. I mean, I really just kind of worked out the pose.
and we got a prelim for a 11x17 Millhouse.
Yeah.
See, that's
I'm going to put my foot down. No 11x14. Do you know what a pain in the ass that is to ship?
oh, I bet.
One of the other artists that I represent, Alex Rigel, he likes to do things in these goofy sizes. So he sent me a bunch of art probably 2 months ago. And I just now, about a week and a half ago, found Masonite. I've been searching everywhere for Masonite. And I finally, because I have to cut Masonite to ship these goofy sizes where I feel comfortable that they're not going to get destroyed in the mail. So
I thought your shipping was fantastic for the stuff I've gotten from you.
yeah, well, that yours was more traditional, but for bigger things, I have to cut Masonite. So, but I couldn't find it because there's a lumber shortage, and finally I was in a Walmart or a Home Depot about 2 weeks ago, and I saw some. So I started shipping some of that Alex art. So if anybody's out there is looking for Alex art and they know I have it, it'll be coming to you eventually. Takes me probably about a half an hour to ship something like that.
Yikes.
It's a lot of work, but I'd rather have it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the post office, so I think it's probably good that just going. Like I always, so I have terrible luck here where I live. The post office closes a little early, and I can never get there leaving work. I was trying to send a comic book to a friend of mine. It took me 7 attempts to get it out on time because they didn't open till after. And I needed to. I think I was getting I guess I could have just printed it off, but I don't know. I'm not super shipping savvy, so I kind of needed their help with it. But I finally got there. Smash those like buttons, people. I agree, JD. And yeah, Mark, he's got the 9x12 for you. So I'm glad that worked out. Good catch. So, Bill, what do you have in store for your holiday weekend?
I get to cut my grass tomorrow. So I live on Lake St. Clair, north of Detroit, Michigan.
Okay.
And it's beautiful. I'm looking out the window right now at the lake. So I live right on the lake. It's wonderful. Except in June, there's a bug known as the fish fly.
I know the fish fly well.
Yeah. And we get this fish fly infestation here. And so I last year was our first year here. So I bought one of these Dynatraps. If you've ever heard of these.
Yes.
But it's like, it sucks in the bugs and it stores them in like a container at the bottom. And, it's got this UV light that attracts them and everything.
Yeah, for those that don't know, fish flies love light.
Yeah.
And anything like ATMs, they'll just swarm the whole thing. Gas pumps. I grew up in Dubuque, Iowa, along the Mississippi River, and we would get them very bad. I remember you used to, if you had to get gas at night, you would have to scrape the fish flies with your card off of the pump just to be able to get your card in.
It's really disgusting.
Yeah, it's not good. It's awful. I worked, my first job was at the Village Inn in Dubuque, and nobody told me the first time I closed that you got to turn the lights off.
It's starting to rain. I said that.
What was that?
I'm sorry. I was trying to play a video and I didn't know the volume was on. I have the fish fly video, Bill. I can share it.
Oh,
the one
yeah.
You want me to do that?
If anybody's eating, stop eating.
Yeah, don't eat during this.
Hold on a second. Wait till you see this, Becker.
Oh no! Is this from Bill or from somebody else?
No, it's Bill. Bill, his wife posted it.
Oh, this is me emptying the trap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Dear God. The bug catcher.
I'll turn off the audio. But yeah, look at that. That is so gross.
So anyway, it's full again, and that's what I have to do tomorrow.
Oh, fun.
In addition to cutting the grass, I'll be emptying the Dynatrap.
Oh my God.
Yeah, when I worked at Village Inn, if you didn't shut the light off as it got dark, I mean, the whole parking lot would just be filled with them. I mean, I think they only appear in a few different spots in the world, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of rare.
Yeah, they're not.
It's funny because there's so many of them.
Yeah,
Don't know what to
and
teach.
they are a sign of a healthy ecosystem. So when I was a kid, I grew up in this area, and I don't remember ever having fish flies. I mean, I didn't live on the lake, but I never heard of them. You know, I didn't see them on the news or, you know, hear people complaining about them or anything. But, you know, pollution was a lot worse back then. And so now that pollution is better, you know, everything's cleaner, they're back, you know, it's a healthy ecosystem. So they're here.
Yeah, we had them bad and all along the Mississippi. And depending on where you live, you call them different things. In Dubuque, we call them fish flies. But I have a friend that lives downriver in Burlington, Iowa, and they call them mayflies.
Well, I did some research because last year we got the bug that looks kind of like a dragonfly. It's got like a long worm-like body, and it's got 3 tails, and you know, it's really, it looks like a little monster, you know. And then we had very few of these other little tiny, skinny, kind of tan-colored flies. But this year we got more of the smaller ones, and so I started wondering, well, what is this smaller one? So I did some research online, and it turns out the ones that are actually named fish flies are the small, skinny ones.
Oh, okay.
And they've got real long antennae, but they don't have tails coming out the back. They don't have like a segmented worm-like body. The ones that are like that, the more wormy-looking ones are actually called mayflies. But because we're close to Canada, Canadians call the wormy ones fish flies. Because fish really love them. They're, you know, fish go crazy for them.
Yeah, how you describe that, the ones I grew up with are definitely the wormier ones.
Yeah, so
But we always call them fish flies for my whole life. So
yeah. So most people use the terms interchangeably. So I think you can call those fish flies, but they're actually mayflies.
Hi, Jeff. Welcome to Bug Talk.
What's going on, guys? I just wanted to stop in and say hi. I'm running around today. I wish I could be here the whole time, but, you know, unfortunately, until we get a lot more people to like this YouTube channel, I got to work a regular job. So, but
you hear that, people? Get your friends to like it. Jeff doesn't want to go to work today.
Exactly. I don't want to go to work any day. That's why I want to be here, because this isn't work. This is just great talk with great people. Mike, how are you doing?
Great. This is talking about river bugs with Bill Morrison.
You know,
thanks everyone for tuning in.
I got to make a whole new banner now.
Maybe we can get this on the Nature Channel or something.
Yeah, there you go. Discovery Channel. Here we come.
I keep telling Ken we need to cross this over into other things. We could do a whole sports comics thing. We could do everything. We're gonna try to bring it all together.
You could be the next Jack Hanna, Bill.
There you go. But I wanted to stop by and say hi to Bill, and say hi to everybody, and thank everybody for coming on. And Ken, and you're in good hands with Ken and Mike. So I will talk to everybody later, and have a great day.
Well, you're in good hands with Ken.
Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, absolutely. I can't wait to see you down in Florida next month. So that's going to be a blast.
Cool. I look forward to it.
Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Jeff. What con are you going to be at in Florida? Is that MegaCon?
That's MegaCon, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Mark, that was by design, by the way. Cover my face.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, you were kind of covered by the 4C logo.
My wife says that. She goes, your face is covered. I'm like, I know.
That's how I want.
If it's not, I switch it so it is. What are you going to do?
Does anybody have any questions for Bill or any? Really, we can talk about anything as he draws these.
Yeah, I can walk.
We're not
and chew
limited to
gum.
bugs.
Bug talk with Bill Morrison, like Sheldon with the fun with flags,
Yeah, there you go.
fun with bugs.
So, do you go out on the lake a lot, Bill?
No, we don't have a boat yet, and we don't even have a dock. But all of our neighbors do, so there's a lot of peer pressure, so to speak. Get it? Peer pressure?
Oh, wow! I did not at first. I'm a
I
little
didn't either.
slow.
I didn't get it until I made the joke, and then I realized it was a joke.
That's
Bill?
pretty good. That's pretty
Bill,
good.
someone made a comment about your shirt. Now, Bill
Oh.
is a bit of a, you know, I see his Facebook posts. Hawaiian shirts need to be a certain way.
That's right. This is not everybody. I'm going to pause here for a minute and get on my soapbox. Where's my window? I can't find you guys. What happened? I lost my window.
Well, we can see you.
We can still see you.
Okay. Anyway, I'll just talk to the camera. There's this new trend of calling any shirt that's like a short sleeve button down shirt that has an all over print a Hawaiian shirt. This is not a Hawaiian shirt, people. A Hawaiian shirt specifically has like either a tropical theme or a tiki theme. So I'm seeing all these Facebook ads for Hawaiian shirts, and
they don't qualify.
yeah, they don't qualify, and they're also the design on most of these is just god awful, and they're probably unlicensed. You know, I don't know who's making these, but anyway,
I think Facebook's kind of known for its unlicensed clothing.
yeah. So I'm kind of being a cranky old man, but I take every opportunity I can to educate and illuminate and to let people know that they're ruining the Hawaiian shirt for everybody when they call one of these monstrosities a Hawaiian shirt. Okay.
I actually try to avoid wearing Hawaiian shirts as an overweight guy. I don't want to fit the stereotype, especially with the Simpsons quote of where Nelson says, "Hey, wait, he's not fun. He's fat."
I love wearing Hawaiian shirts.
I
embrace the fat guy Hawaiian shirt too.
I went through a Hawaiian shirt phase, and then I got out of it. I switched to a bowling shirt phase, and then I just went to solid color shirts. I'm not much of a fashion.
I collect both. I collect both the Hawaiian and the bowling shirts. And then you started to talk about the shirt I've got on here. I think it's a fun all over print shirt. It's not a Hawaiian shirt, but these are all actual panels from old pre-code horror comics.
Okay.
Hey, Bill, can you hold up the Bartman you were working on?
Yeah.
A little higher.
Can you see that?
A little higher.
Is that for somebody that pre-arranged?
Yep, I told him I would show it. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
I wish I could get my window back here.
So we have a question from Michael. Hey, Bill, I'm a big fan of Homer / Dan Casta. I've never been able to say that name. Do you think he will ever be in the Comic-Con conventions? Would love to meet him one day.
I kind of doubt it because he's filthy rich. So he doesn't need to do it. Dan's actually a really nice guy. It seems like the Simpsons voice actors have never really expressed any interest in doing conventions like the Futurama cast has. So I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible, but the fact that he hasn't done one by now kind of tells me that he's not likely to do one. But I don't know. You never know. I mean, I think when people are, known for a certain thing, Dan's a really good actor. And I kind of wonder if the actors on The Simpsons, even though being a voice actor on The Simpsons is what's made their fortune, if they worry about sort of getting typecast and known for only one thing. So, they may feel it's not in their best interest to go out there as the voice of Homer, for example. But stuff like that changes, and as people get older, they kind of embrace things, and so never say never, but I would say probably not likely. All right, so now I'm gonna start coloring. I'm gonna keep Milhouse's hair blue because I think he just looks better with blue hair than black. I think it's probably enough that he's got the spiky hairdo.
And just a reminder out there to everybody, we are on, and I see most of the comments now are coming from YouTube, but I know we had an issue with Facebook. They're bouncing people off. While you're here on YouTube, please hit that like button and also the subscribe button so you know when Ken goes live with the wonderful group of artists he has here. It's really going to help grow the channel. Share it out. Tell people about it. We got to get the word out if we want to keep getting these opportunities.
Yeah, we'll be doing other sketch outs with Bill that aren't color too, just so everybody knows if they think this is the only thing we're doing. This was just a something Bill and I came up with a few days ago and said, hey, let's throw it out there. Since I didn't have a show Thursday, I was kind of feeling like I was naked this week, so
yeah, and I got all these
Thursday, so we came up with today, and I figured I would do it in the afternoon for the European crowd, which I don't know if any of those guys are on. Usually we have Stephen Curtis, and we have Matt Burfield is in Dubai.
Who?
Matt Burfield. He's one of our regular customers. He's in Dubai.
Oh wow!
So yeah, there's a few, and there's somebody else who's over in England too. I can't remember. But yeah, I was seeing.
So we have a question from Alex Garcia. Hey Bill, is there a certain character you love to draw and one you dislike?
Well, I do love to draw Radioactive Man. I think because I'm a frustrated superhero artist. Growing up, I always sort of dreamed of drawing Batman or Spider-Man. I don't know. Well, I guess the ones that are, there's not really one that I don't like drawing as a rule, but there are some characters that if you have to draw them over and over and over again, it gets kind of tedious. And that's just because, well, I don't know, with The Simpsons, it's not really an issue because the characters are fairly simple. But I can't imagine like being the regular artist on Iron Man and having to draw that armor over and over and over again, all those details. That seems like a drag. As far as The Simpsons go, I think Lisa and Maggie are probably my least favorite to draw just because, if you get their hair wrong, the hair is it's almost like a math problem to draw their hair correctly.
Oh yeah, because the spike's got to end and start in the right spot, right?
Yeah, and they have to be spaced out right and the right shape and the right number of them. And then that's the case with Bart, but it's a small little spike, so that it's not really that tough to nail it. But Lisa, I find myself erasing and redrawing quite a bit just to get those hair spikes correct.
The next claim is going to be for Lisa. You know that, right? They're setting you up. Actually, somebody just texted me something that they want to claim, and I hope he wins because I want to see that.
You're rooting for him.
I am.
So Michael says, I appreciate you answering my question, Bill. Hey, Michael, if you got any more questions, Bill's here. He's drawing, and he's more than happy to answer any questions you guys have. And then we do have, I see Ken put the info up there for the 11 by 17.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And
to get to Anika's, Ken, you're no longer on Thursdays, correct?
We're trying to we're going to phase out Thursday. We're going to give it a go on Mondays. The theory is that it's getting a little crowded on Thursdays.
That's because everybody wants to be near you, Ken.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to move to Mondays. And Monday's a little less crowded out there, and I like the idea of us starting out the week. On Thursday, we follow two of the bigger art shows that are out there. So I think people might be licking their wounds a lot on Thursdays. So, if we do it on Monday, then we get to start out the week, and then they can wrap their heads around what happens on Wednesdays.
Monday's a good night.
Yeah.
Make me feel better about having to go to work after the weekend. I like that expression on Millhouse's face.
Oh, thanks. It's a little angry and a little apprehensive.
Which I feel like all angry Millhouses would also be a little apprehensive.
Yeah. It's kind of a fine balance to achieve.
Larry says, I'm going to choose between 4C and Monday Night Football. Well, Monday Night Football is not here yet.
Listen, first of all, Monday Night Football doesn't come on until a little later. And second of all, we all know Sunday night, Monday Night Football, unless you're a Bengals fan, Monday Night Football ain't what it used to be.
Hey, I have tickets to a Monday Night Football game this year.
Do you? Let me guess.
Yeah, Chiefs Giants.
Chiefs Giants. Oh, there's a barn burner right there.
The Giants are coming to town to get a football lesson.
They are. Yeah, Monday Night Football hasn't been the same in probably 15 years. So I'm not sweating Monday Night Football.
I just
But
moved.
you can do both. I'm not competing with Monday Night Football. I'm in conjunction with Monday Night Football.
I honestly think they might move once they hear you're on Mondays.
Yeah, I'll have to talk to
Goodell
I'll have to get in touch with Disney on that one.
Once they hear 4C comic shows is going Monday, they might not want any of that smoke.
We'll just do the Monday Night Football 4C halftime show.
Oh, don't forget the Bill Morrison talking about bugs.
That's right. That's the pre-show. No one wants to hear.
Come on, Discovery. Where are you at? Nat Geo. We could put him in a bidding war for that.
Discovery Channel. Yeah.
Anika says, since my Chargers left me, I'll be choosing 4C.
So I have a trivia question for you.
All right.
Where did Millhouse's name come from?
Richard Milhouse Nixon.
Yeah, I guess that was an easy one.
I just read a book on Nixon too, so the name Milhouse is in my head right now. Yes, Michael 928. We can see your comments. And if I don't get to everybody, sorry. Sometimes I don't want to interrupt anybody to acknowledge a comment. And I know Ken, for whatever reason, Ken, I'm not able to pull their comments up. So,
What do you mean? Post them on the screen?
Yeah, I can't post them on the screen.
Yeah, I think that's only allowable by me. But that's
Okay.
fine. You can always just mention it. And
I've just been acknowledging them as I see them.
Yeah. I've been trying to put them up there when I see you start to talk about it.
And then
See, we got
Mark Kessler. I'm going back to the Mark Kessler. My son thinks I'm an idiot for getting this and the commission I got of Bart/Kaneda. Kaneda. I will massacre a lot of these anime names just to let everybody know. And I also liked Linda Craig's Bill on Bugs. I think that might be my favorite name yet.
That's catchy.
It is.
Yeah.
What is so Tom asks, what's the craziest commission Bill ever drew?
Somebody asked me that recently. I don't know how crazy it is. It seemed crazy at the time, but somebody wanted a drawing of Radioactive Man having his leg humped by Santa's little helper.
Did that happen in the comics or the cartoon?
No.
I didn't know if it was like a moment that I just wasn't remembering.
No, I mean, Radioactive Man, except for Rainer Wolfcastle, is, just a comic book character or a TV character in The Simpsons. So I don't even think Santa's little helper would have an opportunity to hump his leg. But I don't know. It's not really crazy, but it just seemed very strange to me. Like, I'm always kind of fascinated by the things that people want, especially if they're paying money for it. Like, is this an inside joke, or is it just you're kind of fixated on dogs humping people's legs and you love Radioactive Man, or what is it? Like, what makes a person come up with a request like that? Not that there's, I mean, it could be very funny, but it just seems odd to me. Am I wrong? I mean, am I alone in that?
No, it definitely seems people are getting more creative. In fact, Tom followed up his comment with, besides my request for Star Wars comic book guy, do you see a lot of mashups?
Yeah, mashups are fun. And I do get requests for those, and I enjoy them. It's I don't know. When you've drawn these characters as long as I have, anything that kind of changes it up a little bit is refreshing and fun. Like this one.
Yeah. And Mark says, yeah, another Akira character. He also likes the Bill on Bugs title too. So I think we really have something going here with Bill on Bugs. We're getting good feedback.
I was actually thinking of developing an animated series pitch out of these fish flies, out of my experience. I probably shouldn't have put that out there because now somebody will beat me to it. But
too bad Bongo's not around. You could have did like a Treehouse of Horror or the fish fly story,
yeah.
where a giant fish fly takes over Springfield or something. That's looking so cool.
I may have to take a break and call my wife back because she is in California.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to take a little break, and I'll come right back.
All right.
And I'm gonna have to grab this phone because that's the only way.
I'm going to remove you from it anyway.
Okay.
Michael 928's got another mashup for Bill. And
Alright.
JD Dunn wants to be the voice for the Bill on Bugs. JD, you might need to compete with me for that. I kind of want to be the voice because I'm petrified of bugs too. So you'd hear a lot of fear in my voice. As long as I didn't have to be on location, I could hold it together. But I have made just some terribly high pitched noises over the years to weird. Moving to a different location and seeing bugs you're not used to, like Missouri has some really prehistoric looking stuff here. I had never dealt with a stick bug before, and my first introduction to one was me flipping on a light and realizing it was on my hand as the light came on. I shrieked pretty hard on that.
That's funny.
Mark Kessler, I'm getting mine from this crazy project that was done a few years ago called Bart Kira. They used the Simpsons characters in a page-by-page recreation of the Akira manga. Okay, so I'm not super well-versed on manga. I know what Akira is. I watched the movie when I was younger several times. I was a regular in my rotation back when I had a VHS of Akira.
Well, while we're waiting for Bill, I think what we're going to do is I'm going to throw up a claim here in a minute. And if more than 3 people claim, we'll do a wheel spin.
Okay.
If we get less than 3 people claim, then the first.
I think we have more than 3 people interested. Do you just want to get people for a wheel spin?
Well, I mean, I did it, but only one person claimed last time. So,
okay.
And
well, so far we got Michael 928 as a claim.
It doesn't count. I didn't put the claim up.
Oh, Michael, you jumped the gun.
Nope, Chris, that doesn't count. I didn't put the claim up.
Everybody stop.
Stop claiming. Stop claiming. You have to see the video. If you're new to the channel, you have to see the video.
Yeah, you have to wait for the video. I got my introduction to it when you had the Jim Shooter on, and I was able to win the first one. I was quick on the draw.
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of do it randomly and quickly when nobody's expecting it.
Come on, Tom. You know what VHS is. Come on. Don't make me feel that old. I'm only 41.
Oh, my goodness.
Now claim. Come on. Where are you at, Michael 928? Oh, but Michael, the other Michael beat him to it.
This might be a wheel spin if we got 3. We got more than 3 claims, so.
Okay, we're going to the wheel.
Read them off to me, Mike.
So we got Michael Cuevas, Cuevas, and I would write that on there because we have multiple Michaels.
I put a C.
Okay, Michael C will work. Okay. Michael 928, Chris, and Anika.
Michael 928. Why is Anika doing it? She's not going to win. Michael,
isn't that an ongoing thing? Anika never wins.
Yeah, actually, she never wins a wheel spin. And then we did one, but we told her she wasn't eligible for it, and I spun it and she won.
Yeah, I was watching that one.
I mean, you can't write that stuff. All right, so who was after Michael 928?
Chris and Anika.
And that's
Anika
it?
says she hates you. I'm assuming that's for you, not me.
Should I just put? I want to put loser instead. How about that?
Oh, I'm not part of this feud. I don't want to feud with somebody over something I'm not involved in. Don't come after me, Anika.
Don't come after him. You take it up with me, kid. All right, let's see who's going to get this this claim here. You got it on the screen?
Yep, we've got it.
All right, let's see.
And round it goes. Good luck, everybody. Whoever wins, I hope you claim something cool. Chris is our winner. Luca says you're going to make me spill all my Jell-O shots. Don't spill your Jell-O shots. It did look like a Simon board. Linda, it did. I was never the best at that.
All right, Chris, what do you want, buddy? Congratulations.
Yeah, so Chris, put in your claim, put in what you want specifically, pick torso, full figure. I think they are doing 11 by 17s, but that's more money. So it can be on a blank or on a 9 by 12. Homer as Kingpin, full color torso. Now it's just me. Where can go? So I feel like I've been kind of put on the spot here. Everybody can look at my new Warriors while behind me. That's me balling. Night Thrasher, Nova, Kid Nova. Pages from, well, I have over this shoulder, I have a page from. There he is. You left me by myself.
Yeah, I did. It kicked me out for 1 second.
Oh, well. Hi, Bill.
I have Bill's thing muted. There you go. Is that your cat, Bill? What is that noise? I muted him. I don't know what the noise is. He's probably trying to log his phone back on.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're muted, Bill. He's trying to talk, Ken.
Hello? You got us, buddy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we got you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the phone camera to come back. It's not linking like it did last time. So I'm in Safari. Oh, there it is. Got it.
All right.
There we go.
All right, let's see.
And we have another mashup claim for you, Bill.
Oh, cool.
It's going to be Homer as Kingpin full color torso.
Oh, okay.
Is that on a blank or 9 by 12, Chris?
I'm trying to figure out what blanks I sent Bill. Did I send you any? Do we have any Spider-Mans, Bill?
Or Daredevil?
Or Daredevil?
I have a Daredevil.
Okay.
I do have a Daredevil.
9 by 12, he said.
9 by 12.
Yep.
I know you had mentioned a cat earlier, Ken. Speaking of Daredevil and cats, my wife and I got a new kitten.
Oh, cool.
And she finally, after being married 16 years, I finally got to name one of our pets. And I don't think she'll ever let me do it again because the kitten's name is Cat Murdoch. There's my terrible pun for the day.
Chris, I can't see your last name on YouTube, buddy. So I need to know who you are so you can get your piece.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find my. Oh. Gotta plug that
Okay,
back in.
I know who it is.
Sorry about that.
All right.
Thank you, boss. Thank you.
So Homer is Kingpin. We were talking about mashups earlier. So I've been collecting art. I think I got I wouldn't say I was serious about it when I first started, but I got my first sketch in 2001 at a Wizard World Chicago. Since then, I've been in and out. Like some years I'll buy more than others. And then just in the last few years, I saw the rise of the mashups in the art groups on Facebook. I think it's really fun. I don't have any. I kind of wish I did.
Speaking of mashup, did you guys see on Disney Plus is going to do a Simpsons crossover with the MCU?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's going to be a short. It's funny because, for MegaCon, Bill's going to do a limited edition print for us, and it's sort of we were sort of toying with an idea like that. So to see them actually do it is funny.
Yeah, I'll do it better, of course.
And I can talk to you after the.
We're not recording this, right?
No, of course not. We'll just edit that part out.
Okay.
And for Planet Comic Con, Bill, are you taking a pre-show list, or is it just whoever gets to your table on?
I don't know. We haven't really talked about that.
Okay. I was just asking for me.
Well,
Since I'll be there.
I can definitely put you on the list before we get there.
Yeah, we'll figure that out, Becker.
Thank you.
Sure.
It's kind of nice being able to think about cons again.
Yeah.
I'm not fully in the mode of it yet. In fact, it used to be I was meticulous about setting my stuff up in advance. That way I didn't have to run around or anything, could kind of relax. And I haven't for any of the shows I'm going to. Linda says, I'm still on the fence about hitting Planet Comic Con.
Well, I've done Planet in the past a number of times, and the last time I think I was scheduled, I had to cancel because of a death in the family, and then I was supposed to go last year, and then COVID put the kibosh on that. So I'm really excited because I've always enjoyed it, and I'm just looking forward to being back there.
This will be my first, actually. It always landed near C2E2.
Uh-huh.
So C2E2 was closer for me. It just made more sense to go to that one. But now that I live in the Kansas City area, I was planning on 2020 being my first one, and then that didn't work out. So this will be my first Planet.
Well, they put on a really great show.
I've heard nothing but good things.
Yeah. Chris Jackson is the guy who runs it. And I met Chris way back in the 80s when I worked in a studio in Glendale, California. And that was the studio where I did a lot of Disney posters and did a whole bunch of stuff for Disney. But there was a little comic shop nearby. I'm going to set this aside and let that paint dry while I start another one. And that's where I met Chris. He was just, he lived in the area, and I always ran into him in the comic shop. We kind of got to be friends. And then he ended up going to Kansas City and starting Planet, and we maintained our friendship. But he's a great guy, does a great show, and can't wait to go.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of great things, and he was doing some live Facebook Live stuff at the beginning of the pandemic when they were pushing their date back. They were doing kind of a weekly show, and I watched him a few different times. And
I think I was on that show once.
I thought you were, but I wasn't 100%. My memory isn't always the best.
Yeah. So what's the next one while I let the paint dry on Millhouse?
So that's going to be Homer as Kingpin, full cover torso.
Okay.
on a 9x12.
Okay.
And for me, with Kingpin, is that an ascot he wears? Or is it...
Yeah. I think it's an ascot with like a little tie pin in it. Now, okay, so I'm not doing this on the Daredevil blank, right?
No, 9x12.
Nope, 9x12.
Okay.
Homer as the Kingpin. I think he'd be a terrible Kingpin of crime.
I have to use Google Chrome. I can't use Safari on my laptop to use,
Yeah, right.
to use StreamYard.
Yep, you have to use
And
Google.
the thing I hate about Google Chrome is all these little pop-ups show up on the sidebar. Does anybody know how to get rid of those?
What's on the sidebar?
I get all these pop-ups that they're kind of off to the side, but they cover over whatever screen I'm on.
I don't know.
Okay.
Trying to see. Mine doesn't have anything like that.
Yeah, neither does mine.
You probably got a button clicked somewhere that's jacking you up.
Yeah.
Linda says ad block should help.
Ad block? Okay.
And we're still taking questions and just trying to fill the lull.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm doing things behind the scenes. That's why I'm.
Yeah, no, you're fine. That's what I'm here for, Ken. I just I keep getting lost watching the drawing, and then I realize, wait, I'm supposed to be leading discussion. So to get back to some, Linda says it's a great show, great environment. I'm just a little wary of the Delta variant. I completely understand anybody that would be concerned about that. For me, I'm going to go check it out. And I bought a 3-day pass, but I don't know if it will go all 3 days. It'll kind of depend on the crowds involved. Mark says there's one here in Vegas called Unicorn, but it's new, so I don't know much about it.
Well, I can make a little announcement right now for we're doing SketchCon on the 11th next Sunday, and Ariel Diaz just told me that she's going to be offering full color options.
Ooh.
For SketchCon, because she plans on sketching all day, she said.
Wow. And what time does that start and what time does it end, Ken?
It starts at 1 p.m. or noon. I don't remember what time I started it. And it ends until somebody says they don't want to do it no more.
All righty.
So either the claims stop or the artists stop. That's when it ends.
Come on, Anika. My poor wallet, she says. I hear you there. Sometimes I have to show restraint due to my wallet. Linda says her hand is going to hurt after a full day like that. I'm sure marathon drawing sessions. Bill, do you find that limits to your hands for how long you can draw?
No, I think my shoulders and my neck start to give out before my hands do. So, I've done really long signings. I think like 7.5 hours was my longest one. And my hand was still fine for the most part, but my neck and shoulders were just killing me.
I'd imagine being kind of stooped over to be able to write.
Yeah, you're kind of hunched over.
Linda, I got to tell you, this was Ariel's idea to do the long sketch sketch up. So I don't think she's going to be too concerned about it.
And then Mark Kessler, maybe I can sell my kids before then. Oh, geez, Mark.
Bill hasn't said he's coming yet, so I have him up there, but he hasn't confirmed. And he doesn't have to do it now. Well, we can talk about it another time.
Way to put him on the spot, Ken.
No, I wouldn't do that. But we have Ariel Diaz is going to be there. Larry Stroman is coming. David Williams. The usual suspects, Alex Rigel, Javier Avila. I feel I'm trying to get Andy Kuhn, but Andy's got to get his internet fixed first before I do that with him again. And who knows who else I might jump in. I mean, I can only have a certain amount of people on at a time.
Right, at a time. What StreamYard allows up to 10?
Yeah, I think 10 or 11, yeah. So,
and I feel like that would get kind of muddled if you had that.
I think it's going to be fun. I think, the creators will be able to bounce stories off each other, creative ideas off each other, that kind of thing,
And I think I'll be there for part of it, right, Ken?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to try to space everybody out a little bit, host-wise.
You're right.
So, because
we
get stuck with things. We get stuck with not having anything to talk about sometimes. So having somebody fresh come on is good sometimes.
I bet. My day has been pretty much. I don't know. I'm just trying to get all these bags and boards put together. I got the first 200 done now, so I think I'm gonna finish.
Yeah, I was worried Erin wasn't gonna be able to do it because she's doing so many cons coming up, but she had a free weekend, so
okay,
I was able to get her. And
does Alex have a new camera? He.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
Is there a story there, or is that a reference I don't get?
Well, Alex has done a few live streams with us, and he uses his phone, but his phone is old, so he can't have it plugged in charging at the same time as he's using it. So he'll broadcast for 45 minutes, and then his phone just dies, and then we got to wait for him to charge up a little bit. And yeah, that's part of the people don't see the behind the scenes stuff. I can tell you some stories. We were on one night, Jeff and I, with Randy Emberlin, trying to get Randy set up for with the angles and the lighting and all that and the feedback for probably 3 hours one night. We were on until almost like 2 a.m. Now Randy's in the West Coast. For him it was like 11 o'clock. He didn't care. But Jeff and I are literally, bags under our eyes, begging for this to stop. But we had to get it right because the show was the next day. So, but sometimes that stuff happens behind the scenes.
Mark says maybe we can all chip in for a new camera.
Maybe. Maybe I should get like a 4C camera and just send it to guys. Say, all right, now you send it to this guy. All right, now you send it to this guy. Traveling.
Count, please return to 4C counts. So, Bill, you had mentioned you're going to be working on a variant cover to Stray Dogs.
Yeah.
That you were going to be reading it to kind of get an idea of it. What's the last thing you have read?
I tend to read older things like Golden Age, Silver Age stuff. I think the last thing I read was probably Sergio Aragonés Solo.
Okay.
And I also read at the same time an issue of DC Comics Presents from 1977, which also featured Sergio Aragonés. And the reason was I did a podcast, which has not aired yet, but it was a podcast where we were talking about one-shot comics. And so those were the comics that I chose to discuss because mainly I wanted to talk about Sergio. And so that would be the very last thing I read. But I've got a huge library of not only reference library, but a library just on books about comics, comic collections, all that kind of stuff, omnibuses. When I was at DC, when I was editing Mad Magazine, my title was executive, VP executive editor. So I was the vice president. And at the vice president level, you basically get copies of everything DC puts out.
Oh, wow.
So every week, yeah, it was amazing. Every week in my office, like there would be a stack of comics, like all the comics from the latest week, and plus any book that they put out. So all the omnibuses, all the trade paperbacks, everything. And some of that stuff I just didn't have room for, so I would give it away to friends or whatever. But a lot of it I kept, and mostly the older stuff, because I really am into the golden and silver age stuff.
I just, for years, I did not tackle the golden age in my reading, and I had a friend of mine kind of steer me a few years ago into the kind of, I guess I would consider a little more of the wacky golden age stuff, kind of the like Police Comics 1 through 7. I kind of became I don't know if I would call it fan or just entertained by the story of 7-Eleven, a character who would have to break out of prison every issue to go fight crime.
Oh,
and that's why he called himself 7-Eleven, is because he was prisoner number 7-Eleven.
And then the Southland corporations sued him.
I think he might have predated 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 7-Eleven, I don't even think he was called 7-Eleven Man. I think he was just 7-Eleven. And the whole thing was he would leave a mirror for the criminals to find as a calling card, and the mirror had little black bars drawn on it so that when they looked at it, they could see themselves behind bars. Yeah, it was bonkers. Dynamite Thor is another weird one.
Who put that out?
7-Eleven. So whoever put out the original, because issue 1 is the first appearance of 7-Eleven. It's first appearance of Plastic Man.
Oh, so it was in Police Comics then.
Yep, Police Comics.
I missed that. Yeah, so that would have been quality, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Wow, I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, the story of 7-Eleven is just bonkers. The whole thing was he had a best friend that looked exactly like him, which that happens often to me. And the friend got in some trouble with the law and wasn't going to be able to see his kid be born.
Yeah.
So 7-Eleven, man, they never tell you his name because he's been in prison now so long he forgot his name.
So he's just a number?
Yep, he's just a number. So 7-Eleven went to swap places with his friend, and when his friend was on the way to the prison to explain what they had done and switch places to be where he was supposed to be, he got hit by a bus and killed.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah. So really, stuff that happens all the time now, but at the time would have been remarkable.
Yeah, I love stuff like that. That sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, I at one point had planned on, I started saving money for Police Comics #1, and then in the recent price boom, it went up so high, and I just said, I'll just buy it. I bought an omnibus that included the issues.
Uh-huh.
And then he was killed, and he ended up getting killed off around issue 7.
So they didn't just discontinue him. They actually had a
No, they
story
killed
where-
him.
Wow.
One of his villains, the Brick Bat, had like a Batman mask.
Yeah.
And he was called Brick Bat because he was a murderer that killed people with poisoned bricks. So it wasn't just that he was throwing a brick at your head, it was poisoned also.
Hey, Bill, you were talking about the Batman the Animated Series before.
Yeah.
This is a piece I got from a guy named Mark Probst.
Oh wow.
Oh man. Who did that?
Mark Probst. He's an inker. He did Lobo
That's great.
stuff for DC. Yeah, I thought I liked the take on that.
I have a couple of Batman Who Laughs blanks. And so I was thinking about doing like a Golden Age style Batman, but with Batman Who Laughs, whatever you call that thing around his eyes.
Yeah. So Golden Age Batman Who Laughs.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, you can get some different characters in the Golden Age. There was Dynamite Thor. He was a guy that found he was impervious to dynamite effects.
Yeah.
So he used dynamite to, he would like throw it behind him and it would propel him through the air.
Oh, wow. So was there any origin story, like how he became impervious to dynamite? Or
That one I'm not as sure of. I've only read the one issue. And I don't know how many he was involved in, but I just remember seeing like the clouds behind him. It didn't look good.
It didn't look like he was using dynamite. Is that what you're trying to say?
It did not. It did not.
I can picture that.
Yeah. But I think he called himself Dynamite Thor though, because his first name was Thor.
Okay.
Or something like that. I'd have to look that one up. I don't fully remember that. I read that about 2 years ago when I was on my Golden Age kick, looking for really bonkers.
All right, you've given me two. You've given me two now that I have to look up.
His name is Peter Thor. He becomes Dynamite Thor, an adventurer who wears a costume that allows him to propel himself through the air by throwing sticks of dynamite behind him. First appearance, Weird Comics, number 6, 1940.
Weird Comics?
Weird Comics, number 6.
Well, the title really describes that concept.
Yeah, so his public domain appearances are Blue Beetle number 6 through 8 and Weird Comics number 6 through 7.
So did he have like some kind of utility belt?
Yep,
Something
that was made of sticks of dynamite.
Okay, so he had several sticks that he could just pull out of his belt.
Correct. So Lotus says comps of every book sounds amazing until you think of how much space it would take up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it got to be a problem. And luckily I belong to this group called CAPS, which stands for Comic Art Professional Society. And it's a local Los Angeles area cartoon, like professional cartoonist group. And we would have meetings once a month. And I started just bringing like all the stuff that I didn't want or just didn't have room for. I would just put it in a box and I would bring it to the meeting every week or every month. And I would just set the box out, and by the end of the meeting, they were gone. So that solved my problem, my storage problem.
Yeah, they do take up room, I can attest. Mark Kessler
It also
says,
made me very popular with my cartoonist friends.
yeah, and like maybe even play off the fact that you didn't get them as comps and just say, oh, I picked this up for you.
Yeah. I should have just wrapped them in gift paper, Here, I brought you a gift.
Mark Kessler says, sticks of dynamite sounds safe. I'm sure OSHA would be okay with that. That's funny too, because he was like a construction demolitions worker by day, and by night he was Dynamite Thor.
Oh, so he was skimming sticks of dynamite from the company.
I think it was his company.
Oh, okay.
So he'd have been all right there. But yeah, he didn't wear a mask, but nobody knew who he was. And I always thought that was weird, especially considering his name was Dynamite Thor and the guy's name was Peter Thor.
Yeah.
There's no mask involved, and we're all just going to pretend that this isn't Peter.
That's pretty crazy.
It's kind of like with Brickbat. It's almost like too many things coming at me at once. So he's got a brick that he's throwing at your head, but it's also poison.
Yeah.
That one I'm still toying. I think I'm going to buy that issue because Brickbat's first appearance is in Police Comics number 5. And that's a little more in my budget.
Uh-huh. How much is number 1 going for nowadays?
I haven't looked in a while, but once they get into where there's a comment involved, I'm out.
Yeah.
So Linda said Golden Age versions of modern villains edgy villains would be cool. Let's hear some ideas.
Edgy villains.
Maybe
Dick Sprang years ago did some covers for Detective Comics.
Yeah.
Anyone remember those?
Yeah.
Where he drew Bane, and he drew kind of like a very demonic looking Batman. It's pretty cool. It's cool seeing those newer characters done in his style. But I had this idea kind of before I saw those that I always thought would be fun, which was to, like in 1964, they brought in the New Look Batman. So that's when Batman first got the yellow oval around the bat. And he was redesigned by Carmine Infantino. And, he started looking more like the Flash and Superman and all the other characters in the Justice League. He wasn't that like cartoony, square-jawed looking Batman. And I always thought, like, what if that had never happened? Like, Batman continued being drawn in that same Bob Kane, Dick Sprang style, but he evolved writing-wise. So I thought it would be fun to do like cover recreations of modern Batman comics, but drawn in the Dick Sprang style.
That would be. I would love to see that.
Well, maybe I'll do it.
Oh, and this Homer Kingpin is turning out great.
Oh, thank you. I just want to add a little bit of his pants here just for an extra splash of color.
I'm going to do another claim here in a minute.
Oh, he's giving everybody a warning this time. He's not just hitting you guys with the video. So get ready, everyone. And if we have over 3, will we go to the wheel again?
Yeah. I think we're gonna do another wheel spin this time if we have over 3 claims.
So 3 claims or more, and it'll go to a spin, guys.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
I sent Bill a bunch of pop boxes. He's going to be doing color remarks on them.
Chris says, Bill, I love this Homer. Can't wait to have it.
Oh, thank you. As it's kind of going south. And I think, especially if somebody's watching me do it, I'm like, oh, should I start over? What are they thinking? They're starting to regret their decision. So, I mean, I like
has claimed.
I like the way this is going, but you never know.
Well, I think it looks awesome.
Thank you.
I always liked Kingpin.
I used to love.
Jeff Dunn in with a claim.
So that's Jeff?
That's Jeff. He's always said he hates hosting because he can't do claims.
Yeah, it kind of gives you an unfair advantage.
Oh, he said he's just kidding. He's just messing with Annika.
Oh, Annika. Sorry, I've been saying her name wrong.
No, if we only have Annika claim right now, if that's the only one, we're gonna go with Annika.
Annika says, "Get out of here, Jeff."
I'm gonna close it out in a minute if we don't get multiple claims. All right, I think I'm gonna call it.
All right, it's Annika.
Annika, what do you want?
It's like Monica without the M. Well, I apologize, Annika.
Annika, you have to run by your claim by me first because I have ideas.
Uh-oh.
I was texting her one night all these things that Bill could draw for her, and she was freaking out. She was getting overwhelmed. It was all Disney villain stuff.
Ah.
Oh, Michael.
I already called it.
Too late, yeah. Sorry, Michael.
Hang out for the next one, Mike.
Larry says, I think Annika needs to feed a jar every time she claims. The jar would be, Annika says the jar would be so full enough to claim again.
So no questions, anybody? I'm full of fascinating stories.
I like when you talk about like the creative process of the characters. I know we talked about it before, but when I was in Pensacon, somebody asked Bill about Radioactive Man. Like, where did the idea come for Radioactive Man? I was fascinated by the answer because I didn't realize how in depth the characters go. Sometimes, you think it's a silly little cartoon, but somebody's really putting a lot of thought into the characters and their meanings and things like that.
I mean, I can reiterate that if people haven't heard it, but
I'd love to hear it because I don't know the story, but I don't know. Let's see what we have here. Annika, I'll take the Evil Queen to go with my other 2 villains with her box or Apple.
Is that the Evil Queen from Snow White or from?
That's what I was thinking with the apple, or Cruella with a dog.
Oh, the apple. I didn't hear that part. Okay.
So Evil Queen with apple or Cruella with a dog, whichever Bill would like to do.
Okay.
Or Evil Queen is the Wicked Old Witch.
Well, because the queen appeared as a witch, I know.
Yeah, but she
But she was I think she means the queen.
yeah, as the queen, she had she's got the Joan Crawford look.
Yeah. She's leaving it up to you, Bill. Your
Yeah,
choice.
that's your choice, Bill.
Okay, I think I'll draw the queen with the apple.
Larry Tunn says, "How about Marge Simpson as an evil queen?"
Okay, do you want full figure torso? Did she say?
She
No,
thinks she
that's
did
right,
torso for other claims. Can you let me know? So she wants
Yeah.
it to match the other two she got.
Yeah, it would be a torso then.
Oh, is that the Prince John and is that the one we're talking about?
What's that? The Evil Queen? Snow White, I think.
No, he's asking if what other two did Annika get? Was it Prince John?
Or was it from someone else?
I think I think she got them from some. I don't remember who she got them from. I know she got a Maleficent from somebody. I think she did.
Michael says, "Dang, missed the claim. Any more coming up?"
There will be more coming up, buddy.
She got Ursula and Melissa.
Maleficent.
I cannot pronounce anything today. I give up. It was the most recent batch of commissions that was on 4C, Annika says.
So he may not have done them yet, or he's working on them. That's why I don't recognize him. Oh, and Annika, I don't know if you started to train. Annika posted on the 4C page a bunch of her art that she's gotten from us, and I think Mark may have followed her, and I think it was Dustin followed her, posting their stuff. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw Dustin's. That was him, and I saw Annika's too. It's really impressive. I only have a couple on the way, I think. And then I already got a piece too, but that's a birthday present for a friend. So what was the radioactive man story, Bill?
Oh, well, I think somebody came up and was asking me about like who created Radioactive Man or something like that, how he was created. And he was actually created by Matt Groening himself. And Matt, if you notice, if you look at Radioactive Man and Krusty, they both resemble Homer. Radioactive Man is basically just Homer with muscles. And Krusty is, same body as Homer, pretty much same head shape, just Homer with clown makeup, really. And so his original idea for both of those characters was that they're both Bart's heroes. One is Bart's comedic hero, and then the other is his, comic book hero. And the fact that they're both really Homer, but Bart doesn't realize it. So, the person that should be really Bart's hero, his father, he has kind of an adversarial relationship with, is embarrassed by or whatever. But he doesn't realize that the characters that he idolizes are actually just kind of two different versions of his father.
That's really cool. I never realized. So that was the intention, at least.
Yeah.
Were they going to reveal it, or?
No, just kind of a backstory. Just, they did a little bit. There was an episode where Homer goes to clown college and he actually becomes
Okay, I do remember that one.
I
a
remember that too.
stand-in for Krusty the Clown. So they kind of touched on it a little bit with that episode, but you know, it's mainly just one of those things that Matt always likes to say. I like to reward people for paying attention. So you know, that's the thinking behind like all the freeze frame gags, all the signs in the background in scenes. They're just little Easter eggs that, you know, are kind of for the fans who are really paying attention, and kind of a little reward.
That's really cool.
I used to always try to pause the TV or the VCR to try to figure out what was being rung up when Maggie got rang up in the beginning,
Yeah.
to see if there was some sort of Easter egg there.
Very early on, we, you know, the predecessor to Bongo Comics was Simpsons Simpsons Illustrated, which was a fan magazine, and it had comics in it, but it had all kinds of things. It had puzzles and games and articles. And one of the things that we showed in one issue was, you know, that pan in the opening segment where it's like a very fast pan and it goes past all kinds of characters and stuff happening all the way to the Simpsons house. So it's like a pan between the downtown Springfield and the Simpsons house, basically.
Yeah. Bleeding Gums Murphy is there, and
yeah, there's like a plane crash, and there's all kinds of stuff that you don't really
Plane
see.
crash? I gotta look at that now.
Yeah. But anyway, we actually showed that in the Simpsons Illustrated. So we did like a 2-page spread that showed that whole thing. So I think we probably got it from the animators, and just did like kind of maybe like a cleaned up version of it. But you know, it's just stuff like that Matt really loves to lay in, you know, so that, you know, it's like in Futurama, we had the alien language, you know, and that was designed just for fans, just so fans could try to figure out what these signs were saying in the background. And it actually didn't take them very long. I remember the writers were kind of disappointed because the fans cracked the code very early.
they were hoping to have it last a little longer.
Yeah, and I think it was like they showed 1 or 2 signs, and then people started posting online what the whole language was, you know, like what each alphabet, what each letter in the alphabet meant.
Wow. So people are pretty observant out there then.
Oh yeah.
As you put the finishing touches on Kingpin Homer here, is there a name for those cigarette holders? I don't know. I've always liked it as an affectation for the Kingpin, so I was glad you added it in there.
I think it's just called a cigarette holder.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but I recently went through the old Amazing Spider-Mans, and I didn't realize, like, originally they just called him Kingpin, and there was, like, kind of a mystery around what his name actually was.
Oh, yeah. I used to always he had sort of a catchphrase that he said a couple of times, or at least a couple of times. Which was, "I'm 300 pounds of solid muscle." Does anyone remember that?
No.
I was always fascinated by that because
they made a big deal that he almost, it was almost like a superpower that his his fat was not actually fat, that it was a very thin layer of fat over a lot of muscle.
Yeah. And I was just always fascinated by it. I didn't understand how that would work, because it just seemed like if you really did have muscle, you'd see a different shape.
Right.
You know, his shape didn't seem to justify in any way that there was muscle there.
I remember thinking Spidey was almost like, a lot of his jokes in those issues almost kind of came off mean to me. Like, he really called him fat a lot.
Yeah. Didn't he call him like lard bottom? And
Yeah. Like, and it was clear it was making him mad.
right.
Which is why I always think he came back with the 300 pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
Maybe that was all. He was just trying to make himself feel better.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't true. He's just saying that to try to get Spidey to lay off.
That Spider-Man, what a bully.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're done with this one.
Hold on, let me put that up here.
Can we see it?
Oh yeah, look at that. That's good stuff. Hope you like it, Chris.
It's weird seeing Homer without the hair.
Can you make Bill the main
What?
Yeah.
where he's holding it up?
Yep.
Oh.
There it is. That's good.
Excellent.
Okay. And as usual for me, I can't put it down. I have to keep fiddling with it.
That's when you need Ken to say, "Hey, it looks great."
Okay, I'm going to finish Millhouse here now.
Michael 928 says, "That's sweet with that paint pens."
What was the question?
What medium are you using for your markers?
Oh, these are paint pens.
Yep. Paint pens.
Yeah.
We also have Larry says that Kingpin looks incredible. Chris says, wow, Bill looks so awesome. And Linda said, I remember Simpsons Illustrated, read that first issue ragged.
Oh, cool. Well, the first issue, by the time we came out with that, I was already doing work for some of the other Simpsons publications. And a lot of people don't know this, but Matt Groening retained all of his publishing rights when he sold the Simpsons to Fox. So even though Fox owns the Simpsons, Matt owns the rights to publish whatever, anything in print form. So he made a deal with a company called Welsh Publishing to do this magazine, Simpsons Illustrated. And in the very first issue, I drew a number of things, but one of the things that I got to draw was the first Simpsons comic strip. And it was a Krusty the Clown comic. It was just about a half page, maybe like 6 panels or something like that. And up until that point, I had never drawn a comic. I'd never done a comic book or a comic strip. And that was always my dream as a kid. I always wanted to be a comic book artist. But my career kind of took me in a different direction. And I was at the time doing mostly movie advertising. So the fact that I got to do this comic strip was just thrilling and had a great time. So I called the editor, who was Steve Vance, and I said, hey, Steve, I know we're working on issue 2, and I really had a great time doing that comic. So if you have any more comic scripts, I'd like to, hopefully you would consider me to do the next one. And Steve said, well, we're, we would love to have a comic in the next issue, but unfortunately we don't have anything written yet. And everybody's kind of scrambling. We're behind on the deadline. So he said, if you would like to write something, then you can also draw it. And I said, oh, okay, sounds good. And I hung up the phone, and I had one of those moments where I just thought, what did I just do? Because I've never written anything in my life. How do I do this? I have no idea. So I didn't even know how to type at that point. So I was really, kind of panicking, trying to figure out what I was going to do. But then I, just kind of calmed down, and I thought, well, maybe I could come up with a story based on something that happened to me as a kid. And, just kind of change the details around so that it fits The Simpsons. So that's exactly what I did. And so for the second issue, I wrote a story about Bart getting a job at the Quickie Mart. And from then on, I just kind of mined my childhood for all these story ideas. And that's how I became a writer.
And the rest is history.
Yeah. It was just weird because I never intended, I never even thought about being a writer. I just always thought I would be an artist, and that was it. So it really opened up the door to a whole lot of things, I mean, I've just really enjoyed writing over the years, and I really thank Steve Vance for that opportunity. Had he not, I mean, I don't know if it was just desperation, or, if there was something about me, about knowing me, that gave him some kind of confidence that I could write something. I mean, granted, it wasn't like I was writing a novel. It was, 5 or 6 panel comic strip, so it wasn't that big a deal. But for me it kind of was, because I had to get my wife to type it for me so I didn't look like a total idiot turning it in.
And now, what year would this have been in?
This would have been 1991.
Michael Cuevas says, question for Bill. Any chance a donut and beer couple be incorporated in a 11 by 17 full color sketch of Homer's 2 favorite things to eat and drink? So if he gets a full figure, I think he's asking, can Homer be holding a donut and a beer?
Sure.
And then Mark says, now both my kids are making fun of my Bart Kira stuff. And Michael says, possibly with a bubble quote as well, as far as his donut, beer, Homer.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
And Linda Craig says, write what you know.
Yeah, that's true.
And, The Simpsons are such a lot of the, the dynamics of everything. It's so relatable for everybody. I think it would, I'm not going to say easy, but I think being able to mine your childhood would work well with The Simpsons.
Yeah, I think especially in the early days when the show was more about Bart than it was about Homer.
Oh, yeah. It, I kind of haven't thought about that, but now that I do, those first few seasons, Bart was the star.
Right.
Of the show. I remember all the Bart Simpson t-shirts. I probably owned more than a few.
Yeah, it wasn't, I mean, Homer was obviously a co-star, but he wasn't really, they hadn't really realized how funny he was yet. And once they realized the comic potential of, I mean, in the early days, he was stupid, but more often he was just angry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he would just get upset at something Bart did or something Flanders did. And the more stupid they made him, if you notice, like in the early days, Dan Castellaneta's voice characterization is really different because originally he was patterned after Walter Matthau.
Yeah, he wasn't as oafish.
Yeah, he was more gruff. You know, just more like Angry Dad.
Mm-hmm. Which is funny because I love that episode, the Angry Dad cartoon strip, and the company that's giving out stock on the toilet paper roll.
Yeah,
The internet company. Just have some more stock.
and that's how it was back then. You know, I mean that was. I remember when that aired, and I thought, oh, that's so true. All these fly-by-night internet animation companies that are doing these web cartoons, they're, you know, that was pretty much their business model.
Linda says Bart was definitely the breakout star for a while. Yeah, and I think intentionally so, right? Like the scripts were all pretty much, the plot lines to every episode were pretty Bart heavy.
Yeah. I was talking to somebody at a convention a couple weeks ago, and the guy said that he was introducing his daughter to The Simpsons through the DVD collection. Or no, it was through Disney Plus. So she was watching everything in order.
Oh wow.
Like all the seasons in order. And so she'd never really watched the show, and now she's just watching it from the beginning. And she came to him at one point and she said, all right, I think maybe he asked her, like, you know, how's it going watching all the Simpsons episodes? And she said, oh, it's good, but I noticed that Bart's not the star anymore. Like, she was in the second season and she's like, yeah, I noticed Bart's not the star now.
Yeah, it's crazy when you know, in this era of binging, we can now look at more of a complete product, but going about it the old-fashioned way, you know, one episode at a time and then reruns when you could catch them, kind of, you view the story differently.
Right.
I know a while back when I first got Disney Plus, I queued up The Simpsons and went to one of my favorite episodes where Marge enters into the shady world of pretzel selling.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. I love Fat Tony's line of, my wife keeps asking, where is the pretzel monies? Why aren't you going to get the pretzel monies? And so on and so forth.
That's so good.
Oh. Mark Kessler, my daughter Molly wants to know if they all have 4 fingers.
Yes. Except for God.
Does God have 5?
God has 5.
Huh.
And I don't know if people know the reason for the 4 fingers.
Did not.
I always assumed it was easier to draw.
It's I mean it's easier, but it's also takes less time. So in animation, I mean that's why way back in the early days, that's why Mickey Mouse has 3 fingers and a thumb. Everything was just like, you know, simplified to the point where you're just shaving off seconds, you know. And so that's you know, I mean, sometimes if they're doing like a Disney film with, you know, realistic, like human characters, you can't really get away with that. But if you're doing cartoon characters or animals, it's just an easy way to save time and money. And one of the things, you know, because I worked in the merchandise department for a long time, one of the things we discovered is when we started doing merchandise in Japan, I had to redraw like the whole style guide for the Japanese market, because over there they find characters with 3 fingers, if they're human, they find that offensive.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I remember asking why. I didn't understand at first. And I got 2 answers, and I don't know if both are correct or one or the other. But the answer was first, because of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the bombing during World War II, it caused birth defects in babies that were born after that because of the exposure to radiation. So there were babies born with 3 fingers or less. So to show a human character with only without 5 full fingers was considered an insult. And then the other story that I heard was that because of the Japanese mafia, the Yakuza, one of their practices, to exert their influence on somebody was to cut off a finger. And
They have like underworld connotations too, then.
Yeah. So, I mean, regardless, I don't know what what's true and what's not, but regardless, it was just considered disrespectful. So, there is actually a version of the Simpsons style guide from that period where they've all got 5 fingers.
That's really wow. I've never heard that before, and I like that you presented both stories you had heard as being the explanation for it. And that mill house is looking awesome.
Thank you.
If the bug show doesn't take off, I think you got a future with it.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
That's so cool.
Okay.
Well, Mark, that's another fine addition to your Bart Kira collection.
So what's our next one?
That'll be the Hanukkah.
That was the evil queen with the apple.
Oh, the queen, right. Okay. I'm going to take a very short bathroom break. So talk amongst yourselves, and I'll get on that as soon as I get back.
Sounds good. I hope everyone's enjoying the show today. These full color options are pretty cool.
Yeah, they really are. The color really makes it pop for me. And in fact, I've decided I'm kind of working in my head like what I want to get now. What do we have here? Annika says that looks great. Congrats, Mark. Mark says that's totally awesome. Michael says sweet, looks awesome. I just actually, while Bill was talking, I'm fitting up a frame here in my mat for a Night Thrasher page I'm going to hang on my New Warriors wall.
Oh, look at that. That's sweet.
Yep. This is from Night Thrasher issue 14, page 15. It's Night Thrasher fighting his half-brother Bandit and his ex-girlfriend Silhouette.
Nice.
And they teamed up on him. He's getting beat up in that one. Anybody who doesn't know, so kind of like Mark is collecting Akira with characters with the Simpsons mashup into it. For me, it's early 90s. I have a collection of Darkhawk, Sleepwalker, and New Warriors Yes, that is Javier's work for Michael, who asked that. Anyway, that stuff I very much am into it. It's what I broke into when I started reading comics. New Warriors #1, bought it off a spinner rack, and I never looked back. I had bought comics before that, but I loved the idea of starting at a #1, and
Yeah.
I got really into it. I actually had mentioned earlier I have a page from Thor 412. I've got a page from New Warriors issue 19 where they fight Gideon. I also have various like Avengers Academy and other such pages. I've got a page from the Scotty Young run. I have a page from every volume of New Warriors. And then I have a page from that I'm also framing. I got to get a mat for this one, so this isn't done yet. But I have Night Thrasher issue 1, page 8 by Mark Bagley. There, that's another recent pick. Not a recent pickup, but recently starting to frame it.
Right.
And Bill's back.
I'm back.
Gideon, the standout star of New Mutants 98. Yep, I don't know anybody else who showed up in New Mutants 98 worth mentioning that's not Gideon. Deadpool. Mark Kessler, I can't remember, but is the other Morrison piece I'm getting color or not, Ken? I think that question's for you.
Which other one? Is the one on the commission list?
Yeah, it must be one he's got a commission
Yeah, I
list.
don't think there was any on the commission list that were color. So you can upgrade it because I don't know if you started your piece yet. So you could upgrade it.
Michael928 says, I love Javier's work. Been getting some awesome commissions from him since he has started doing them again. I picked up the whole run of his last book, Ghost Rider Return of Vengeance. Oh, that's awesome. I like Ghost Rider too.
Hey everyone, I got to take another real quick break. My dog is telling me she needs to go out.
Okay.
So sorry about that. Be right back.
No worries.
So who else out there has like a niche you collect in comics? Like, for what you collect. Ken, do you have a theme in your collection?
I mean, I have go-to characters, but I kind of go for the artists mostly.
You try to shape your request to each artist.
Yeah, this is a new piece I just acquired. This is a pre-one.
Yeah, I saw this.
Pittsburgh Comic-Con.
That is incredible.
Yeah, it's why. And the funny thing is, I showed this to Bill earlier, and I pulled up the finished piece. The only difference is that, well, I shouldn't say the only difference. There's a few differences, but the finished piece is a little bigger. This is 11 by 17. As you can see, it's got about a 2-inch border all the way around it. The finished piece goes almost all the way end to end. But this piece, compared to the other finished pieces, if you look at the pencils, like here, on the piece that is actually the finished piece, he didn't render them out as much. They're more faded.
Beautiful.
So, and then the finished piece I think was done in acrylic. This is in watercolor. But I'm a big Tex fan, and I just framed that up. I got a bunch of Tex stuff I'm about to put up on the wall.
That's cool. Michael, I misunderstood. He was saying he got all the original art. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Andy Kuhn did a commission list with us, and he sent me this as a gift for facilitating for him.
That is outstanding.
Yeah. So that I didn't have framed up yet, but I will soon enough.
And Michael, that's a baller move, buying the complete book. All the original art from one issue. That's pretty cool. Mine is Ghost Rider. I have about 300 plus pieces. I have a few Ghost Rider pieces. I have a remark from Tex. I have a page from the Danny Ketch early 90s run.
Yeah, I had that painted piece. That Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a piece right here. This is Steve Epting. Hold on a second. Oh, upside down.
Oh, that's awesome.
And the funny thing is that when I posted this on Sketch Prices, somebody said, that's not Epting, that's the Senkowitz did the same pose. So, and if you can actually find Senkowitz did the exact same picture. So I actually reached out to Steve Epting and asked him about it. And he said, no, that's my original art. He said, if Senkowitz did it, he did it as an inker. He LA boxed it. So, which is pretty cool. You don't know why.
Yeah, that is cool.
But that was done that way.
Mark Kessler says, I have lots of different stuff, but I have a bunch of Usagi Yojimbos. That's cool. I like Usagi. I just have two from him, both from Stan.
Somebody texted me about, remember I said earlier about there's a claim out there that I want to see happen?
Yes.
Well, it's a Ghost Rider.
Ooh.
I won't say
what. Is it a mashup? Is it a mashup?
It's a mashup. It's a mashup. And I said, I
Rider mashup. Who? I'm trying to think of who.
There's one character in particular that his skeleton would actually work pretty well. Because you would know it was him in a second.
And is it a Simpsons character?
It is.
Oh. Well, I'm intrigued. I hope they win.
I hope he wins too.
Is it Michael 928? He says, "Oh, me."
No, it wasn't Michael 928.
Welcome back, Bill.
Thanks for your patience. My dog is old, and when I hear her coughing, that's her signal that she needs to go pee. So.
Righty. So remind me. Oh yeah, this is the Annika piece. This is going to be Evil Queen with Apple.
Right.
Well, it looks like Ken bounced out.
I was talking to my wife.
You're fine.
She didn't want to.
So, Bill, we're talking about everybody's personal collections. Is there anything you collect?
I collect Batman. That's kind
Is that comics or art or both?
Art, comics, toys, pretty much everything.
What do you consider your prized possession or your cornerstone of your collection?
Probably, I've got a Jim Steranko Batgirl.
Oh.
That's probably like the biggest wow piece in my collection. But I don't know. I've got a couple of original Dick Sprang cover recreations that are really nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
I've got a Bernie Wrightson Batman Aliens page that I really love.
Oh. So, who draws your definitive Batman? Like your favorite version of Batman?
That would be Dick Sprang.
I always like to ask that too, because I've very rarely do I hear the same answers.
Yeah, well, there's so many great ones. It's hard to, you're not going to get the same answer every time.
No. Mine's actually not a very common one. I don't know where I saw it the first time, but I really like Alex Toth's.
Oh, yeah. This is great.
I think for me for everybody's mileage varies, but for me, that's mine. And Atari Monkey says, "Hey guys." Hi, Atari Monkey. Ahmed says, "Hello." Hello, Ahmed. If anybody's got a question for Bill while he draws this evil queen from Snow White holding an apple. Please weigh in. Those that are just joining us, when you see a video, please hit claim at that, or you type claim when you see a video that says claim now. And until then, my sentimental Batman favorite is Norm Brayfogle. I love the energy in his pages. I agree. I have a Brayfogle. It's Spectre, a Spectre page from
Oh, that sounds nice.
the late '90s, maybe early 2000s.
Speaking
They still had word balloons. So
speaking of Spectre, I love Jim Apato's Spectre.
oh yeah,
He's one of my favorite Batman artists, but I just also love his. The Spectre stories were kind of the same thing every issue.
mm-hmm.
Because I think they made him so powerful that there was never any like tension or conflict. You never thought, oh, what's going to happen to the Spectre? Well, he's going to kill a guy is what's going to happen.
Vengeance is going to get dished up.
Right. But the artwork is great.
This wasn't a Jim Corrigan Spectre, though. This was when Spectre changed hands. And I don't think it was Hal Jordan. I think it was the former police officer from Gotham that had it for a while.
Oh, okay.
Crispin or something. I can't remember. It's been a while, but that's I got that page a long time ago too. So somebody else weighs in. Mark Kessler also weighs in and said, "I love Brayfogle as well. So dynamic." I agree. Ken, who was your favorite Batman artist, or just person that drew a Batman that you really like?
Well, I mean, I didn't really. I grew up. I never read DC Comics. I didn't start reading Batman until maybe 4 or 5 years ago. But I did a little catching up by going back and getting a lot of graphic novels and things like that. And I think my favorite Batman artist is David Finch.
David Finch.
I think his stuff is just amazing.
I'm waiting on a David Finch page to arrive.
There's a lot of David. Yeah, I actually bought a splash of Lex Luger. I'm waiting for
Lex Luthor.
Yeah, Lex Luger. Lex Luthor.
Lex Luger would be a different.
That's a different thing.
That's actually that sounds like a great character.
Just Lex Luger putting Superman in the torture rack.
There you go.
If anybody gets my 90s WCW reference there.
Yeah, but he was he's definitely the guy that I really like whenever I write. Greg Capullo's stuff was fantastic too.
Oh, yeah. Another great one. And there's so many great Batman artists that have touched the character, and everybody brought something different. David Finch, he's one of those artists where you see it and within 2 seconds you knew who drew it,
Yeah.
Which I always like when somebody has that definitive of a style.
Definitely.
I love Darwin Cook's take.
Darwin Cook, the one, oh man. I was really watching my pennies at a con where I had a chance to get a sketch, and I put it off and said maybe next time. And I love Darwin Cook's art, so that was rough.
Mm. So that was before he passed on?
Yeah. I had a chance at a sketch, and I did not take it. I was talking with a friend last night, actually, about comic books you regret selling or commissions you regret not getting when you had opportunities to?
Uh-huh.
Do you have any regrets of comic books you've sold or?
I had a Hulk #1.
Oof.
Yeah, I had well, this is the one that I sold, but I had Giant Size X-Men #1, and I sent it to CGC through a friend, and they lost it.
Oh
no!
God! So are they responsible?
Well, my friend took the responsibility, and he didn't pay me for it, but he gave me comics that in theory were like the equal of the value, but it was kind of before prices were high on the book, but not like they are now.
Right.
Like if I had actually gotten the book and kept it, well, let's just say I'd have enough money to do all the stuff I want to do on my house.
Yeah,
was it going to grade good?
I actually have a GSX #1, and I remember when I bought it at the time, the guy I bought it off of said, "Well, I actually have 2 if you want them both," and I was like, "Oh no, I just need 1." Ugh.
You asked if it graded good.
What do you think it would have?
It had one kind of flaw on the back. It had a stain. But other than that, I mean, if you looked at the front cover, you'd think it was near mint.
What a shame. Somebody at CGC has it at their house.
What?
I said, if I lost it, that means somebody at CGC has it.
Yeah, that was always I like the people there, so I don't want to say anything.
Nah, I was just teasing.
But at the time I didn't know them, and I was like, oh, those dirty bastards.
Oh, I can't imagine. That would be awful.
Michael, is that a premature claim, buddy? Something I didn't know about?
Yeah, he just he said too early after that. Linda says that is painful when you pass up an opportunity for finances and then it can't happen. Yeah, my mom, when she was in college, she sold her ticket to see Janis Joplin, and she tells that story a lot. Because the money she was able to get for it paid for her rent for that month and allowed her to get ahead on some bills. She got to eat a little better that month, and she figured, oh, I'll see her again, and she did not.
Back in like 92, 93, I was at a comic book show, and I picked up a copy of The Incredible Hulk #1. It was in bad shape. The cover was just
Still
about
#1,
but it was there, and I got to hold it and read it, and do all those things, and I held on to it for a couple years, and then that's when I started doing the sports collectible stuff, and I got out of comics, and I ended up selling it for who knows how much. I'm sure I made a profit, but not what it would be worth today, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's crazy these last few years of the jumps in value. It's really changed how I collect. I don't really buy old comics anymore. I'll save for a few that make a lot of sense for my collection, but otherwise I'm just reading right now.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop reading current books. I'll just buy trade paperbacks when I hear the stories are good.
Oh, I still buy the current. I have an uninterrupted run for everything I like for all my main titles,
right,
from 1989 to now, to where I've bought them off the bought them directly when they came out.
Right.
So I'm not prepared to give that up yet, but space is becoming an issue as I look around me right now in the room.
Oh God, that's my biggest issue right now.
When we moved here from Iowa, I was able to. I the last time I'll ever get cheap about moving expenses and didn't take the moving allocation for movers, thinking, oh, it won't be that big of a deal. We really don't own that much stuff. It didn't seem like a lot in my head, but we did have a lot of stuff. It's the spoiler to that story. And my friends that were helping me bring my stuff down, after about an hour, they made a rule of they would not lift another comic book box.
I started getting rid of all my long boxes because I just can't stand lifting them anymore.
Yeah, I'm pretty much over them. I'm having a hard time. I mean, I'm not a guy that obsesses on condition, so I mean, I just stack my long boxes, but I had to stop because they were starting to crush each other. I have a shelving system, but yeah, I have too many long boxes. I currently have 81 long boxes.
Wow,
It's too many.
Hey, Bill, was there ever a spin-off considered for The Simpsons?
there was. It was actually going to be a live-action Krusty the Clown spinoff.
Like a real Krusty the Clown?
Yeah, and they were going to have Dan Castellaneta play the part.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and do you know the Larry Sanders Show?
Yeah.
Okay, so that show came on, and everybody just threw up their hands and went, "Well, so much for the Krusty Show."
Because it's going to be like a format like that?
It was going to be exactly that. It was going to be Krusty as a talk show host, and you were going to see all the behind the scenes drama and dysfunction and craziness.
Oh, that would have been funny.
Yeah, but they saw Larry Sanders and they went, "Oh, this is exactly what we're talking about doing." So if we came out
How
with
close did it get to production?
not that close. I think it was just kind of in the talking stages. They might have pitched it.
I never heard that.
That would have been an interesting show.
Linda says, yes, moving comics is not fun. I agree, Linda. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, Bill. What did you say?
Oh, I think I just was saying, I think they may have pitched it, but I don't think it got any further than that.
Interesting. So there was never a spin-off idea for any cartoon-based Simpsons adjacent?
I remember Matt talking about possibly doing a Radioactive Man, like a Saturday morning show.
Oh, okay.
Not prime time, but
Yeah.
but back then it would have been Saturday morning, or I think that was back when they had the Fox Kids afternoon, that kind of thing.
Great.
And then they did that episode that was like the spin-off characters.
Where you have other character stories.
Yeah, they had like Chief Wiggum as a cop in New Orleans and
Oh yeah.
that kind of thing. And so I think that came out of an idea to spin off some of the characters. And I think they decided not to, but instead they just did an episode of spin-offs.
I've always loved when they do when they focus on a non-traditional character, like the comic book guy and Skinner's mom. Stuff like that. Is that where you find out his name's Jeff Albertson? I can't remember.
I think that was the episode, yeah. I was always disappointed by that.
Oh, you didn't want them to name him?
No, just by the name itself, because he didn't have a name other than comic book guy, but Matt used to always say that if he did, his name would probably be Lewis Lane.
Oh,
That's funny.
Lewis Lane.
So when they named him Jeff Albertson, I just thought that's just a missed opportunity,
Yeah.
Yeah, it should have had a little more of a meaning or a joke, especially for as long as they kept it going.
Were a lot of the characters based on real people, or were they just stereotypical kind of way?
Not really based on real people, other than like Krusty was based on a TV clown that Matt watched as a kid. There was a character named Rusty Nails, and he was an actual kiddie show clown up in Portland, Oregon.
Oh my god!
Oh wow!
And so that was the basis for Krusty.
What about Mo?
Because I think Matt. I remember Matt saying, like, as he got older, he remembered kind of realizing that there was something not right about this clown. Like, he was, probably an alcoholic.
A little off, right?
Yeah.
What about Mo?
I don't know if Mo's based on a real person. I do know that a lot of the character names are based on streets up in Portland.
Okay, Mo Sislak.
Well, I know there's like a Lovejoy Street, there's a Flanders Street.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of the last names of characters are based on that.
Mark Kessler would have liked to have seen a Sopranos type spin-off show with the mafia guys.
Oh yeah. That would have been fun.
I think they did like a kind of a spoof on it, where when Sopranos, like they had the song, they did like the intro.
I remember that. It's almost shocking when you think about it that they didn't spin off anything.
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess Futurama's
30-something years. Futurama wasn't really a spinoff, though, right?
No.
Futurama. Gagging it that the Simpsons are been on for 1,000 years or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, I went to Matt at one point with an idea to do a Simpsons Futurama crossover comic, and he turned me down. And I said, "Well, do you mind if I ask why?" And he said, "Well, because they're not in the same universe."
Oh, so he doesn't want them in the same universe.
Yeah, and I said, I said, "Yeah, but what do you mean?" And he said, "Well," he said, "in my mind, Futurama is our universe. And, it's just our universe 1,000 years in the future. And if you notice, in Futurama, The Simpsons is a fictional TV show, just like it is in real life. And it's been on the air for 1,000 years.
I never noticed that.
Yeah, there's like an episode where there's all these Bart Simpson dolls piled up on the moon.
in the trash heap.
Right.
Yeah, I do remember that now.
So, he said, it doesn't make sense to have the Futurama characters interacting with the Simpsons because they're fictional. And the Futurama characters are real. And I said, okay. And I kind of wanted to leave the door open. So I said, well, if I can think of a way to make it work, can we revisit this? And he said, yeah, okay. So I don't remember if I came up with this or Ian Boothby, because Ian Boothby ended up writing the story. But one of us realized there was an episode of Futurama that had these aliens that were like these giant brains. They called the brain spawn. and they kind of like hovered around. They were just like big giant brains. And in the episode, the brain spawn project the Futurama crew into a copy of Moby Dick, and they actually interact with the fictional characters in the book. And so the idea was that, well, if that is a thing in the Futurama universe, then it follows that if the Simpsons exist in the Futurama universe, just like they do in ours, then there should also be Simpsons comics. So why couldn't the brain spawn project the Planet Express crew into a Simpsons comic book? And then they could interact with those characters. So I took that idea back to Matt, and he kind of considered it for a moment, and then he got this kind of look on his face, and he said, "Okay, you got me. It works." It was like he didn't want to do it, but he was like, "Okay."
Right.
So you talked him into something he was actively against.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
And that was before they did the TV show, right?
Yeah, it was before the TV episode where they did the crossover by several years. So I was always kind of proud of that.
That's really cool. And this Evil Queen is really coming together.
Oh, thank you.
It's amazing.
See
Even
it.
without color.
There it is.
Yeah, I'm
So
looking forward to
where
this.
do you have lined up for, where will you be at cons this season?
Well, MegaCon coming up next month, and then Planet Comic Con. I'm doing another one in Florida, the Daytona Comic Convention. I've got one up in Traverse City. I think it's called Cherry Capital Comic Con,
Oh, I've heard of that one.
Traverse City, Michigan. I'm doing one in Belgium. I think that's in November. What else?
Have you done a lot of international cons?
I've done a few, yeah. I've done, some book festivals and a few comic conventions, quite a few in Germany, because Simpsons comics were really popular there. But I've also done some in France. I've done Angoulême, and where else?
Lake Como?
What's that?
Lake Como?
I've never done Lake Como. I really want to, but I haven't done it. I've done the Lakes Festival in the UK.
Yeah, so after MegaCon, Becker, I'm shipping you everything that we didn't sell.
What's that?
What's that?
I said after MegaCon, I'm shipping everything that didn't sell to Becker for PlanetCon.
Oh, okay. just turning me into your mule.
That's it. And then just ship everything back that doesn't sell at the PlanetCon.
That kind of simplifies things, huh?
Well, it's not far for me. And yeah, I'll be there. I bought a 3-day pass. I definitely will be there Friday. I took off work that day, and I will be there. So, Ken, are you decidedly not coming to Planet?
No, not decidedly. I just got to decide. My wife's got to decide if I can go or not. We took in my father-in-law, so we're taking care of him. So It might be a little tough. It might be a little tough for me to take 2 weekends in a row off and leave her, holding the bag like that. But
I understand.
We'll see.
That's a good reason to stay home.
Yeah.
Even though there is delicious barbecue.
I make delicious barbecue. It's okay. I'm just gonna go there and be judgmental of it.
Yeah.
I went to Nashville a couple of years ago, and we went to some barbecue place on the strip there in Nashville. And I had mentioned to a few guys that I was kind of like an amateur pitmaster, and first thing they say to me, "Well, how is it?" And I'm like, "Well, I can tell you the truth if you want to know."
Oh yeah, people love their food being critiqued in their restaurant.
I didn't know. I wouldn't critique it to the restaurant owner, although I do have a story about that. I'm from New Jersey, where there's a pizza parlor. You can't throw a rock without hitting a pizza parlor.
Mm-hmm.
So I moved down here to Florida, and we can't find good pizza because I think it has to do with the humidity. The dough doesn't rise properly, whatever. So somebody turned me on. They said that there was a place near us called New York NYPD Pizza. They said it was authentic New York style pizza. Okay. So I went there, and I went in there, and I told them, I said, "Hey, I'm from New Jersey. I'm looking for a good, New York style pie." And the owner came out, and he's from New York, and he's telling me, him and I were talking about, this, the area we miss and all that stuff. And he brings me out the pie. I eat it, and then he comes over and he says, "How was it?" I said, "I felt like I was in New York." He's like, "Oh, really? That's fantastic." I said, "Yeah, mediocre pie, and I paid too much for it."
Oh.
Oh boy!
I'm just telling the truth.
Did you get chased out of there?
No, he looked defeated. He
Oh,
told me I was just kidding, but I wasn't really kidding. It was a mediocre pie, and I paid way too much for it. I feel like I was in New York City.
Linda Craig says, if you go to KC, hit up Q39 for barbecue, but you really can't go wrong with just about any place there.
One of my Is that the place you were telling me about?
Yeah, that's the Q39 is where I was going to take you if you come in.
Yeah. I may pop in for like just the week, like Saturday and Sunday, something like that, just quick.
Yeah.
Something maybe not Friday, but I want to be there to help Bill as much as I can.
I'm sure Bill would appreciate that.
I do appreciate it. Ken spoiled me at Pensacon.
He was telling me a little bit about that.
I used to do these things alone, and now that I've had help, it's like, oh yeah, this is.
You can't go back.
Yeah.
Well, it lets him have a different perspective. You don't have to worry about the setup of the table, those kind of things. He can just focus on art and selling and greeting the fans and those kind of things, and let somebody else do the logistical stuff. Which I think
and I like to get to Linda's comment. I like Q39. It's where you take out of town people. It's nice. They got all the ribbons on the wall and stuff. But like for me, for barbecue, if I'm just wanting to hit a place for myself, I really like a place called Slaps in KCK. That's the one I go to. There, and then Jousting Pigs in North Kansas City is pretty good. And yeah, those are my two. I like Heart Barbecue out of Raymore, but they're only open 1 day a week. So that one's
a week.
Yeah, 1 day a week, 2 days now. They're up to 2 days.
Wow, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, he does kind of a pop up. He's a little bit of an outlaw here because he's the guy doing Texas style barbecue in KC, and yeah, that's a throwdown. Linda says, I haven't tried Slaps, but I have heard of it. Oh, it's great. I love their burn-ins. My favorite. The brisket, for brisket, I like Harp, and I haven't actually found a place where their ribs are my favorite. I've had good experiences at multiple places, but nobody really stands out on ribs.
You got a Jack Stack there?
Yeah, we have Jack Stack. I like their beans. And I'll go to Jack Stack. I've taken my in-laws there a couple times. They really like it. For myself, though, I prefer any of those other places I mentioned.
Plowboys Barbecue. I'm just looking at a list of.
Yeah, Plowboys. So I don't eat at Plowboys, and there is a Plowboys literally next door to my office. So that might tell you how I feel about Plowboys.
There you go.
If you have to eat there, the barbecue nachos are good.
There's a place down here in Central Florida called Four Rivers. They do pretty good barbecue, but the best thing that they do is they actually sell it, and I buy it. So when I make a brisket, they make a great brisket rub. So I buy their brisket rub to use when I do a brisket.
And Linda says Jack Stack is like upscale barbecue. To me, that's also Q39, and Q39 does it better. So plus every time I go to Q39, as I'm leaving, Andy Reid's walking in. So I just feel like that's big guy approved right there.
Yeah.
Twice in a row, I've been there when Andy Reid's walking in as I'm walking out.
Bill, you going to join us at some Q39 if we go out there to Kansas City?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you like barbecue, Bill?
I do.
Have you been to Q39?
I have not been there. No.
Oh yeah, it's good. Well, if you guys make it, it's my treat.
Okay.
Yeah. See, now I might go. I'm getting a free meal. Out of it.
He goes, ooh, free meal.
I'm a lot like Homer in that way.
So, Ken, what is since you're how'd you refer to yourself, an amateur pitmaster?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that an actual rank, or did you assign that to yourself?
I assigned it to myself.
Okay.
So what's your favorite style of barbecue?
I like sweet. So I'm in a perfect spot because Florida is a sweet barbecue state.
So is that
Now,
like
isn't KC considered a sweet?
Kansas City is sweet too, yeah. Then you get to like North Carolina, then it's a vinegar base.
Oh, okay.
And then Texas is more of a dry. They don't use a lot of sauce down there in Texas. It's more of a dry stuff.
Barbarians.
Yeah, but they make the best brisket. Yeah, I mean, Texas brisket is.
There's the Texas barbecue in the San Fernando Valley, north of Los Angeles, and maybe they're outlaws as far as Texas barbecue goes because they've got the best sauce.
Well, no, they make sauce. They just don't they don't do wet ribs.
Yeah.
They do dry.
Well, this place does. They do wet ribs and chicken and everything. But if you ever find yourself in LA, it's just a little hole in the wall place. It's called Dr. Hoagley Wogley's Tyler Texas Barbecue, and it's really good.
Say that name again, Dr.
Hoagley Wogley. So it's like Hoggly Woggly, but there's only one G.
Okay, Hoagley Wogley.
One G in each word, so it's Hoagley Wogley. Although I think some people still pronounce it Hoggly Woggly. Tyler Texas Barbecue.
Okay.
It's Dr. Hoagley Wogley.
And even though I live in the KC metro, I'm not like I wouldn't consider myself to be a barbecue aficionado. I know what I like kind of stuff, and I like the sweeter style of barbecue. But yeah, I actually when Ken and I were talking about it, I picked Q39 because it's really not that too far from Bartle Hall area. It's just a couple miles away, so I figured I could just drive over. But yeah, I like Q39. They've got good kind of mashup food. Like they've got a burnt end burger I really like.
That sounds good.
Oh, it is. Yeah. They had another thing that's really good there is their smoked chicken wings. Is an appetizer there, and that's pretty good.
So what do you think is the best barbecue chain?
Of the chains that I've had, well, I don't know if it's an outside of Kansas City chain, but I would say Jack. I wasn't trying to bag on Jack Stack earlier. I do like them, and their barbecue beans are my favorite. Every time I drive home back to Dubuque, my mom has me pick her up a quart of those beans. Linda says, also the Midtown 239 is close to Clint's Comics. Oh, wow. I've heard of Clint's. I am ashamed to say I've never been there. I haven't hit a whole lot of comic shops. I've been to a few. I've been to A to Z, been to Phoenix. I've been to Bebop, and I've been to Elite in Overland Park. Very old school shop, Linda says. Yeah, I kind of like that area. I have not been to anything at Bartle Hall yet because, like I said, I haven't been to Planet, but I like that area around it. City Market's not too far away, and they've got like a nice farmer's market area there, but there's a butcher shop that serves sandwiches called Pigwitch. That's a pretty good lunch spot.
Pigwitch?
Pigwitch, yep. It's kind of like what I would consider like an old school butcher shop, and then you go around the butcher shop and you're in a sandwich shop.
Oh, huh.
But they have. Hey, Ken.
Sorry, had to take a phone call.
You're fine. But yeah, so enough about Kansas City. Bill, why don't you have you drawn a lot of Snow White characters?
No. I have drawn several Disney characters, and when I was doing the Disney movie posters, I started doing them right after they re-released Snow White. So they did a poster for Snow White, and then I figured I think they were around about a 10-year rotation.
Mm.
So they were releasing the classic films into theaters like about every 10 or so years. So I figured I wasn't going to get a shot at doing Snow White, for at least 10 years. But I did a whole lot of posters, and then I did enough that I sort of developed a goal. And I thought, if I do this long enough, I might be able to do a poster for every Disney film, every feature Disney film that's come out. So that was kind of my goal for a while. And then The Simpsons came along, and that shot it. So the last one I did was, I think the last one I did might have been Rescuers Down Under.
Rescuers. I remember that one. I know I saw that as a kid. I actually didn't watch a lot of Disney. I'm probably like the only kid that didn't watch a lot of Disney as a kid. I know my favorite was Fox and the Hound.
I did a poster for that one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. I got to do Bambi. I got to do Peter Pan, Lady and the Tramp. I did the first Little Mermaid poster. So after a while, I was like, wow, if they keep re-releasing films into theaters, and I do this long enough, I could actually get to the point where I've done a poster for every Disney film, every feature animated Disney film. And yeah, the lure of the Simpsons was too great.
They hooked you.
Yeah.
So Annika, what do you think of this evil queen? See if she's still there.
She's making Jello shots, so
Oh.
I don't.
Is that an actual thing or is this a joke?
No, she's really making Jello shots. She's going through a
She
barbecue.
really is making Jello shots.
Yeah.
I can't say I don't think I've ever tried a Jello shot in my life.
I mean,
Nor
it's
will I.
a way to get drunk really fast.
Yeah, I'm just not that guy. I have a couple beers on the weekend, like 2 is usually my rule, and I just finished my second, so I'm done for the day.
I'm the type of guy, if you came to my house with a case of beer, I would happily drink it with you. But if there was a 6-pack left over, it'll be there when you come back. I won't touch it again.
I used to be very similar, and then when I started my weight loss, it just seemed like an easy one to avoid. So I give myself 2 nights a week. I can either have dessert that night or I can have 2 beers.
There you go.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know if you knew that, but this last year I'm down about 90. Right now I'm at 94 pounds.
Wow. Congratulations.
So,
That's great.
The rule is really help, and a lot of it is just making little cuts like that. I was never a hard drinker, but in the course of a week I might have drank 12 beers. Now I've cut it down to 4 beers or some combination of a dessert. And dessert was my big weakness. Now some days I'm like, well, I want dessert, but I'd rather have those 2 beers.
Yeah. I had a friend whose father was he lived in West Virginia, and he got himself some moonshine, and it was in one of those big jugs, and it had berries in the bottom. So we used to always joke around like, "What do those berries taste like?" So one day I was at his house, and I was talking with his wife, and she was getting on my case about something, and I said, "Yeah, you know what?" I said, "I'll eat one of those berries out of the bottom of that moonshine." And she was like, "Yeah, right." I said, "I'll eat 3 of them."
You made it worse.
She got a spoon. She pulled out 3 of those berries, and I said, "If I eat these, you got to buy me lobster for dinner." She's like, "Absolutely." I said, "Okay." I popped the first berry in my mouth. I popped the second berry, third berry, no problem. And they looked at me like they were dumbfounded. They were like, "I guess it just tastes like a berry." I was like, "Oh no!" The minute that thing touched my tongue, it was like Novocaine. My mouth went completely numb.
Wow.
So the second 2 just went down like nothing. A half an hour later, I was drunker than I've ever been in my life. From 3 berries at the bottom.
Yeah, I could see that. I had a bad moonshine encounter, and it was kind of embarrassing. A friend of mine used to work merch tables for various music artists.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and met him in Iowa City one day. He was with a merch table for some like country under like Hank Williams III.
Right.
And anyway, I met him, and one of the people that was part of that entourage had moonshine and poured some small glasses of it. And I was offered one. And I said, sure. And I thought, from the looks of it, I thought we were all doing shots. I didn't realize that most people sip at moonshine or take small. So I took the little glass I was offered of it, not knowing that wasn't designed to just drink all in one pull. And it got down, and then it immediately came burning its way back out of me. And just kind of like one of those kind of sitcom-y, like where the person hears something shocking.
Spit take?
Yeah, a spit take. And it was like all over everybody in my vicinity. So I won't be doing that again.
I have a spit take story, but I'm not telling it. Not on this stream anyway. I'll tell you guys after the stream's over if you want to hear it. You remind me.
Shane Allen says, "What is up? What is up, Shane? Is we've got Bill Morrison doing full color sketch claims. When you see a video that says you can claim now, you can make a claim. If we get over 3, we'll go to a wheel. This right now is the evil queen from Snow White holding an apple, a poison apple at that, and that is for Annika.
Well, we don't know if it's poison or not. I mean, you know.
I'm gonna guess it's poison.
Allegedly,
it says poisonous as that moonshine I shot.
It's allegedly poison.
Annika says, "Can't wait to get the trio of villains on the wall."
Yeah, she in the commission. She's on the commission list, and she's getting, I think, Maleficent and Ursula.
Oh, that's a good trio for Disney villains. It is definitely poisoned.
Who are the other two?
I think it was Ursula and Maleficent.
Oh, cool.
I have to check the list. Hold on. That's why when she was talking about this, because I was giving her a list of all the villains she could do one day.
Well, I've done Ursula.
Yeah, it's Maleficent with the crow and Ursula with Flotsam and Jetsam.
Oh, okay.
I've done Ursula and I've done Captain Hook. I can't remember the villain in The Rescuers, but whatever her name was, I've done her. Villains are always fun.
Captain Hook with the crocodile chasing him or something. Something fun.
I really like the Disney style I'm seeing here. Like your ability to just jump style to style is impressive.
Oh, thank you.
Bill said once he was a great mimic. That's a great way to say it. He's a great mimic.
That has been one of my talents that I've noticed over the years. Is it doesn't take me long to kind of pick up on a style.
He's taskmaster of sketches.
Somebody said Bill is very versatile.
Thank you.
Who do you consider to be your quintessential Disney artist? And I will admit I don't know a lot. I'm aware of like Floyd Norman and some of the more popular. But who do you look to as an inspiration for Disney art?
I would say my favorite Disney artist is Freddie Moore. A lot of people don't know who he is. He was one of the 9 old men, but he died tragically young, or fairly young. So he's not as well known as some of the people like Art Babbitt or I'm blanking out all their names now. Yeah, so anyway, he's my favorite. He was great at drawing females. That was kind of his specialty, but he was also a great Mickey Mouse artist. But
I'll have to look him up. I'm not familiar with him.
Another favorite is Al Taliaferro, and I love Carl Barks.
Oh yeah,
but Al was the guy that did the Donald Duck newspaper strip for years and years, and I really, they called Carl Barks the good duck artist, but Al was really good. I don't know how you could say he was not. I think maybe the difference is Carl Barks had, he was a really good storyteller and a good writer. So he wrote a lot of great stories for Donald Duck.
And
Mostly the
Carl
comic.
Barks created Uncle Scrooge, right?
Yeah. But I've got a couple of Sunday strips by Al Taliaferro from the 50s,
Mm-hmm.
and those are two of my prized possessions. Donald Duck is probably my favorite Disney character. So having those strips, two of those strips from that era by one of my favorite Disney artists is it's nice.
I like it whenever I run into artists who are also fans themselves. It always makes these interchanges much more enjoyable to hear. I like to hear what an artist collects.
Yeah. I'm always surprised when I meet an artist who doesn't collect art.
I've met a few, but yeah, I would think that that's where you go first, though, is from fan to practicer.
Are we doing another one, Bill?
Yeah.
Does that mean the video is coming?
It's possible.
Possible. Who knows?
Here it is.
And now we wait.
Now we wait.
What are we waiting for?
Wow. Boom. We're over 3.
Oh, that's better.
Michael, I'll wait till you get your wheel up and ready.
Yep. Give me 1 second. All right. You want to read me off those names? Michael C. I saw him, right?
Michael C, Michael 928, and Linda Craig. Linda.
It. All of them?
And Annika says, nope, that was it. The fourth one was Michael C. Again.
Twice. Okay. You only get 1 entry, Mike.
And Annika says she's looking amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
All right. You guys ready?
Good luck, everybody. Whoever wins, I was secretly pulling for you. And it's Michael C, I think.
It is.
Yeah, Michael C. Congratulations. Put in your claim, put in what size and on what medium. Like a blank, a 9x12. Prices are scrolling. Full color torso 125, full figure 175. That's on a 9x12 or comic cover. Comic cover is an extra 10. And Linda says I was outnumbered by Michaels. Yes, you were. You're surrounded by mics. You're listening to a mic. You had to go up against 2 mics. And then we'll just wait. Michael C is working. I think he's probably working on his claim. Did you get a message from him, Ken?
No, not yet.
Okay. Michael C, please just put your claim into the comments. I'm excited to see if we're going to have another mashup or what we're going to get here.
Well,
He said 11x17, full color torso Homer with donut and beer as we had discussed. Would Bill think a thought bubble or a bubble, like a speech bubble, would look good on it? And Ken, I'll have you work out the price on that.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
Well, the speech bubble depends on what he's saying as to whether it looks good or not.
Michael, do you have any idea of what you would like Homer to be saying? I mean, he's got a donut and a beer. I hope he's happy.
Typical is a good whatever. Donuts, beer, the breakfast of kings.
One of my quintessential favorite Homer quotes to Bart was, "Come on, boy, bacon up that butter, or butter up that bacon." Oh, Michael said that's what he was thinking. So, like
Okay. Done.
It's like maybe a donuts and beer. I don't know. I'll let Bill probably has a good idea for that. And then, did you have posted, Ken, the 11x17 costs? I know that was more than the 9x12.
I put it in the chat. But I just messaged you, Michael. I just messaged you on Messenger.
Okay, perfect. And Michael says, whichever Bill thinks would look good on it.
Okay.
So he's deferring to you on that, Bill.
All right. Sometimes something comes to me while I'm drawing, so I'll hold out on what I'm going to have him say.
Off-topic question for Bill. I mean, we had a whole thing about bugs, so I don't think anything's off-topic today.
No.
Is he a big sports fan? I would like Bill to take a shot at the pictures that were put up yesterday by Ken on the sports athletes.
I'm not a big sports fan. I like my local teams. I like hockey. That's my favorite sport. So I love the Red Wings. But I'm more of a fan. Like, I love going to live sporting events.
I'm the same way.
I don't really enjoy watching it on television.
My wife watches more sports in our house than I do, and that's no joke. She has the sports package for baseball and watches every Chicago Cubs game. I was born a Cubs, like I was raised a Cubs fan, but now that I live here, I do like to go over to the K and check out Royals games. They're really affordable because they're not good.
Back years ago, when I had a sports collectible store, do you remember Fleer trading card? They used to make those tractor trailers with the team logos on them and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
They had a contest. Whoever could make the best display could pick any baseball game in the country to go to. So I made a display. I made a truck out of all the little trucks, and I won. And so they were like, "Well, where do you want to go?" And I said, "I only want to go to one place. I've been to Yankee Stadium because I'm from New Jersey. I'm going to Wrigley."
Oh, yeah.
I went out to Wrigley Field, and it was amazing. It was better than I expected.
Opinions about Wrigley.
It's better than I expected.
It's if you're going to be like a regular fan going more than a few games, in a season, it's very frustrating to get to because there's nowhere to park. It's in the middle of a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Which is fun when you're making an event out of it. But if I'm just trying, I used to live a few hours from Chicago, so I would go to games and then drive home. And it was frustrating to have to fight the lines to grab the Blue Line bus to take me to the Blue Line train to get me back to the satellite parking and then drive home.
I was staying downtown, and the train station was literally right around the corner.
Yeah, the red line takes you right there.
I
So I was coming from a different part of town.
Yeah.
So I was taking the Blue Line, which you have to take a bus transfer out from Wrigley.
And then after the game, we were making our way back to the the train station, and it was looked like the line was like 2 blocks long.
Oh yeah.
I said, well, you know what we'll do? We'll go into the store. We'll buy some gear. Maybe we'll go get something to eat. We went in the store. We walked around a little bit. I bought a hat. My buddy bought a hat. We came out, and the line was gone.
Yep.
I was like, oh, I guess we can go back to the hotel now. So that was pretty efficient. I was pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're there for something like that, yeah, you can go. There's tons of nice bars and restaurants around Wrigley that you can go after the game and kind of chill out as the crowd fights its way out. But when you're trying to get back home that night and you're a couple hours away, it's not as fun.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's always the worst part.
I used to have a mini season package for the Cubs.
That was when Sosa played.
Oh yeah.
Years.
Yeah.
But the day I went, he went 0 for 5 against Houston.
Was it during his home run contest with McGuire?
It was actually when it was the year Bonds broke the single season record.
Okay.
Because I was considering getting a late September ticket out in San Francisco just in case I could be there, you know. But then I realized I didn't want to be there. So I didn't go.
Okay, the Queen is dead. Long live the Queen.
Hold on a second, Bill. I'm going to put you up on the screen all the way. Oh, not you. Not you, Becker. Oh, yeah, look at that.
Not me. There you go.
That looks
Well, that's incredible.
Thank you. Okay, now this one's 11 by 14 or no?
11 by 17, yeah.
11 by 17. Okay.
Yep.
All right. I got to do a little housekeeping here. I've got pens everywhere.
Annika says, holy moly. Thank you.
Great.
Beyond amazing.
Oh, thank you. That's
And Linda Craig says, beautiful.
Cool. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I have to make room now for this giant 11 by 17.
Hey, cat.
Is that a dog or a cat?
That's my dog coughing. She has congestive heart failure and all kinds of problems.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm beginning to wonder if my dog, she's older too. We've had her since 2009, since she is a puppy. And every year she is freaked out about fireworks. And this year she's got no reaction to any of them. And I've had a hard time getting her to come back inside when she's out in the yard. I'm beginning to wonder if she's lost part of her or all of her hearing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that could be.
I mean, she's old. She's in that age and she's a medium-sized dog, so for her to be 12 years old, it's possible.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Linda says she's likely going deaf, extremely common for dogs. I thought she was just kind of being pushy with me, not coming in, but I'm beginning to wonder if she doesn't hear me.
All right. This is looking weird to me.
I'll put it up there so you can see it.
I was going to say the last angle you've had on the last few have been perfect.
It's not bad, Bill.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the sideways angle, or the kind of like the angle you're at, it's good for watching the drawing take shape.
Okay, good. I figure at cons, most people are watching it upside down anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess people are used to seeing drawings take shape at weird angles. Okay, so it's Homer with a duff and a donut.
Yep.
And doing a and you said it's a torso, right?
Torso, correct.
Okay.
Do donuts and beer go together?
Of course not.
I guess it depends on whether you're Homer or not.
Yeah, Homer would find a way.
I mean, Homer eats sticks of butter, right? So
Yep, baking up that butter. Yeah, butter wouldn't be. Annika says it's the breakfast of champions.
well, I think that's going to be the word. That's going to be the word balloon.
There you go. She just gave him the idea.
There you go. Reminds me of the old John Belushi Saturday Night Live sketch where he's the Olympian with the cigarette hanging out of his mouth and eating a bowl of chocolate donuts.
Oh yeah.
It's like, here's my secret: tiny chocolate donuts. You ate sticks of butter as a child. Would get yelled at by my parents all the time. Annika says, OMG, I ate sticks of butter as a child. Would get yelled at by my parents all the time. Am I Homer?
Well, if the shoe fits.
You have the spirit of Homer within you.
Yeah.
For sure.
the spirit of Homer flows through your veins.
Your clogged arteries.
That's one of my favorite Simpson episodes when Homer wanted to gain weight so he didn't have to work.
Yeah,
and he's trying to figure out if something has I forget. I think Lisa was going to give him something to eat, and he didn't know if it was fatty or not. And then Bart rubs it against the wall, and the wall turns clear.
Oh yeah.
And then he's working from home, and the power plant's melting down, and he's trying to dial 911, and he can't do it. And the operator comes out and says, "If your fingers are too fat, mash the keypad with your hand." And he has to. That's so funny. It was funny because I sent Bill, like I said, a bunch of pops, and one of them is Homer with the moo moo.
Yeah.
That episode. Let me see if I can find it.
Wasn't it like blue with pink flowers or something?
Yeah.
I have it because I only sent Bill the boxes.
Yeah, Linda Craig just said Homer and his pink moo moo, and then Michael 928 says claim.
See if I can find it. It's funny. Because my wife said, keep that one.
Great episode. Bill, do you have episodes that you consider your favorite, or?
Yeah. One of my favorites is Radioactive Man, which is the one where they film the movie in Springfield.
Oh yeah, and Milhouse gets the role because Bart wasn't tall enough.
Right. That's one of my favorites. I love like I said earlier, Radioactive Man's one of my favorite characters, so this may be why. But I love the 3 Men in a Comic Book episode.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like a parody of Treasure of Sierra Madre, where Martin and Milhouse and Bart pull their money together to buy a copy of Radioactive Man #1.
And then realize they can't all walk off with it.
Right. I love when they're leaving the store and Comic Book Guy's watching them. And they each kind of start to walk towards home, and all three of them think that they're taking the comic book with them. And so they kind of tug it in different directions. And I can't remember, it's been a while, I can't remember Comic Book Guy's line, but I just remember, you know, like he takes great pleasure in seeing
their suffering.
Yeah, when they realize that they can't all have it.
Oh, that is a good one. I forgot about that one. For Radioactive Man, I like the episode you were just talking about where they're filming the movie.
Yeah.
And he puts the safety goggles on.
Oh yeah, the goggles
when the river's about to hit of radioactive water or whatever it is, sludge is coming at him.
One of my favorite lines.
Blue with pink flowers. I was right. I did remember it. And that Dom DeLuise hat.
Oh yeah, the fat guy hat.
Didn't he also when he gained that weight, he gained more than he needed, right? Because part of his gut was balanced on the scale.
Oh yeah, right.
That's funny.
Doesn't Bart like lift it off or something?
I don't remember.
Yeah, so
I gotta
go, oh, your stomach's on there.
Yeah. So I love one of my favorite lines in that Radioactive Man episode is when they're painting a horse to look like a cow, I think. Is that it?
Painting a horse to look like a cow.
Yeah, it's like the crew of the movie. They're painting a horse to make it look like a cow, I think. And somebody asks them, why are you doing that? And the guy says, well, cows don't look like cows on film, so you have to use a horse. And then, so the follow-up question is, well, what do you do when you need to have a horse? And the guy says, oh, we just tape a bunch of cats together.
Is that so? In that episode, is that moment where Homer gets into a relaxing showdown?
Oh yeah, with
the Teamsters.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like leaning up against the truck, and he keeps getting more and more relaxed, and they keep getting pissed off because he's more relaxed than they are.
Yeah, I just like Homer's, Teamsters, so lazy and surly. Oh, I haven't thought about some of those episodes in a long time. This has been a lot of fun to reminisce about.
Yeah, it makes me want to go back and watch some of those.
I'm definitely going to go watch some of those after this. And Homer's shaping up here. So this is blue pencil then you're using?
Yeah. Is that showing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's showing pretty well.
Yep, you can see it.
This one's going to eat up a lot of paint. It's a big one.
Yeah, 11 by 17. So have you worked in paint pens for a long time, or is this a recent?
It's recent. It's actually when Ken and I were at Pensacon, somebody came up with some paint pens and wanted me to remark a Funko Pops box.
Oh, Ken was telling me about this. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Turned out pretty well, I heard.
yeah, so I really liked the way it came out, and the guy had me do a couple more, and then he just, as a gift, he gave me the paint pens because it was kind of towards the end of the show. And he goes, "Oh, just keep them, play around with them, see if you like them." And so I did, and I decided, well, let's try this on a blank, see how that looks. So I did that, and that looked pretty good.
I think they've all looked great.
Thank you.
Definitely something I would want.
Okay.
So now we've got any new comments? No. Anybody that's just joining us? If you have a question for Bill at any point, you can just chime in. Bill is doing claims. He's currently working on one right now. I don't know how much longer we're going for, but the rule on any of the 4C comics claims is that when you see a video, then you can make the claim. Ken, I think it's Ken, asked, is Matt Groening a time traveler? I know that's been a popular meme.
Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it? It's pretty amazing how many things the Simpsons have predicted.
Maybe it just means our reality has become so ridiculous.
I think so. I mean, the one that impresses me the most is the one where Lisa's president, and she makes the reference to inheriting national debt from President Trump. And, I mean, that wasn't totally out of the blue, because I think
it's something he's talked about, I think, for a long time.
Yeah, I think he had talked about running for president, or, I mean, early on, I think he actually ran and lost in primaries, didn't he?
I'm not sure about that.
I think he did. I think he was like, running early on, and then, kind of dropped out before things, before people really started taking much notice. But, that would have been back in the 90s or early 2000s.
Not to go too far down the politics alley, but in November, there was a podcast I was listening to that was wrapping up by the time the election happened. And I just found it really interesting. It's what led me to that Nixon book I had just read, where you had asked what, where the name Millhouse comes from. It was one of the reference materials used in the podcast, but they did a thing called Very Presidential with Ashley Flowers. And she went, I think there was like a total of 10, maybe 11 presidents, and they did one a week. And it stopped right before the election. And it was just something I really enjoyed. And I think I was already thinking about it because of that book. But definitely, if anybody hasn't checked that out, I recommend it. It's just being a good lesson that, kind of surreal events happening in politics is actually really American and goes back very far, more so than we knew.
Yeah, I always find stuff like that interesting.
Yeah, I found a lot. Like I learned a lot on some of the ones, like just how kind of awful of a human being Grover Cleveland was, and just his presidency, which occurred in 2 different terms. Like he won, then he lost, and then he came back.
I remember, like, in more recent years, before things got really contentious here, I would think, well, like you would see Parliament over in England and see the way that people, just got really angry with each other and yelling and,
Mm-hmm.
almost violent. And I remember thinking, that's so British, that'll never happen in America. And then of course it does. And then you find out, like you said, that
It's been going on for years.
Yeah, I think things have been more civil recently, in more recent history.
Mm-hmm.
But
Or you just didn't hear about it until
Yeah.
years after it happened.
Right.
Linda Craig says, "Oh yes, I used to think the UK Parliament was so crass, and now we're here."
Yeah.
Uh, Yeah, I'm trying to think of the story. Teddy Roosevelt punched out a senator, I believe. I think. Well, was he vice president or president? I think he might have been president.
I don't know. I've heard a few stories of people getting punched out, but I'm not sure if it was Roosevelt or not.
I know Teddy. He had very thin skin when it came to his wife, and a senator made an offhanded comment about her, and Teddy got flummoxed. Or no, it was about his appearance or something in relationship to his wife when she was still alive, and Teddy punched him. And as he was walking away, he kind of hurriedly explained it that a gentleman should behave, or you should behave as a gentleman when in the presence of other gentlemen. Good old Teddy.
That sounds like a good rule of thumb.
But yeah, I found that podcast to be interesting. It kind of turned me on to some new books to read. So. And there's the yellow of Homer. I'm excited to see how this one turns out.
I'm just hoping my yellow pen holds out.
Right now in my Facebook memories, you know how they always remind you of what you were doing 4 or 5 years ago. I'm starting to get the my vacation photos from 5 years ago of when we were on our way out to DC. We went in the beginning of July. I have a cousin that actually works in politics, and she's back in there now. But I was it was about 4 days after 4th of July. In 2016, I was in the Eisenhower building after hours at like about 9 p.m. at night, overlooking the White House and the campus next door because it's on the grounds. We had just done a West Wing tour, and I remember thinking that I was like, oh, this 2016, I don't think this election will get too crazy. Boy, was I wrong.
So what month was that?
It was in July.
July.
Yeah, my cousin, she was a staffer at the time so then Vice President Biden, she was his, and this isn't an invite to talk politics with me, anybody, but I'm just saying that's why I was there. My cousin Allison, she worked at that time for Biden as his scheduler in the Vice President's office, which is, and as a staffer, you can do after hours tours of the West Wing.
Uh-huh.
And on that particular night, the president's residency, I have pretty cool pictures of where you're allowed to take pictures. But it was very hot, and you had to dress up because you're still considered a guest to the White House. And we got kind of lucky, and because the family wasn't in movement, we got to go into the Rose Garden. It was probably the sun had just set, and I got to stand in the Rose Garden.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was a neat place to be. And then afterwards, we went to her office, and we hung out and just talked for about another hour.
It's really fun to work someplace that people wonder about but never get to see.
Yeah, actually, inside her desk, she had a pullout that had been signed by every vice president for like the last 6 or 7.
Wow. Well, when I was editing Mad Magazine, Mad Magazine is at DC Comics.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really fun. I got to give people tours of DC Comics, and there's lots of cool stuff to see and cool people to talk to. So I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, she was still new enough at it. She had just started, but I took the opportunity when I heard that was something we could do. I booked some time with my nephew and actually took my sister-in-law and my wife along, and we all went out to DC and took a tour of the West Wing. We even got to stick our head into the Situation Room.
Oh, really? Wow.
We were allowed to stand at the door. That was the same with the Oval Office. The security guard, this was only her second or third tour, so I guess he had never allowed her to do it before, but this was a different guard, and he was a little more lax, and he allowed us to hang in doorways, like on the door jamb, and you could like kind of hang your body in. He's like, just don't fall in. Because technically you're not allowed in there.
Oh, so cool. So you got to see the Oval Office that way?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I hung in there. And Allie, she was still learning her packet. So for staffers, they give you a packet of information for when you're doing tours to study. And she was still new enough in the job that she didn't know it cold yet. And she was kind of reading from the packet as we went through.
Uh-huh.
I think that's why the security guard took mercy on us.
I got to go into a replica of the Oval Office.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, I was, when I lived in California, most of the time I lived there, we had a house that was about a half mile from the Reagan Library.
Oh, yeah.
So they would have exhibits and things up there. And, one of the things they had, I don't think it was a permanent, now maybe it was a permanent part, but I think I only went on the tour once with my sister when she was in town. And they had like an exact replica of the Oval Office. So you could go in and walk around. It was pretty cool.
I just remember it being incredibly oppressively hot there.
In the White House?
Oh, just on that day. So I had I'm trying to think of how old my nephew would have been at the time. He was about 10.
Uh-huh.
And we had to wear dress clothes all day. And our hotel was outside the city, so we didn't really have a chance to pop back. So we did the East Wing in the morning, and then we did some other museums in the afternoon, and then at the end of the day, we went to the White House, back to the White House, and did the West Wing. And it was hot. He was pretty defeated by that point.
Yeah.
went to the White House once. On a tour. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
You know, you get to see the red room and the green room.
Yeah. Did you do East Wing or West Wing or both? Or
East Wing, I think.
Yep.
It was a while ago. But that was when, you know, you had to ask your congressman, and get invited, and go through background checks, all that stuff. It was during the Obama administration that I went.
Right. So mine was too. That's the story I was just finishing up. My cousin worked.
I heard it. Yeah.
Yeah. So funny enough, she got our tickets for us. We didn't have to go through a congressman for Capitol, East Wing, and West Wing. And when we went to the Capitol, that was the day after. So I didn't have to wear dress clothes anymore. And I said it was middle of summer, really hot. It was this time. I mean, it'll be 4 days from now. And I was wearing like shorts and a t-shirt and very sweaty in both. And my tattoos were showing, and I was checking us in, and the tour guide says here you're a guest of the vice president. And I looked at him, didn't miss a beat. I was like, oh yeah, Joe, we go way back.
That's funny.
One of the exhibits they had up at the Reagan Library once was called Treasures from the Disney Vault. You know, because they would have exhibits that really didn't have anything to do with politics. They were just cultural.
Mm-hmm.
And so a friend of mine, another cartoonist who went, like he got invited to go for the opening night. He was a Disney artist. So they had like a preview night. And he called me the next day and he said, you really need to go to this exhibit because they have your Little Mermaid painting there. It's part of the exhibit. So I got tickets and went, and it was really cool. It was like seeing like a friend I hadn't seen in years. You know, because once I did the artwork and it got accepted by Disney, I never saw it again. You know, they printed it and it went into their vault, or it went on some executive wall, you know. So the story that I heard was that Katzenberg had it, Jeffrey Katzenberg. And he had recently, you know, I don't know if he was moving or just trying to clear out stuff from his garage, but he had all this stuff that he took from Disney and just decided I better, you know, send this back to them. And so that was one of the things that came back. But in that exhibit, they also had a replica of Walt Disney's office. So, you know, you could, and it had some, even though it was a replica room, it had, you know, his actual desk, photos of his family on the walls, stuff like that. Things from his library books.
That's really neat.
Yeah.
In Disney World down here, they have a desk, but they say it's just a replica of his desk.
Where is that?
It's in Hollywood Studios. They have an attraction called oh boy, it's been a long time since I've been there. I can't remember now, but it's all Walt Disney. You know, they actually have they have the actual like model of Epcot. Envisioning it. They have a schoolhouse desk from when he was a kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a wall scratched into it, but you know, who knows if that's real or not. Yeah, it's just some neat stuff.
Sorry about that.
Oh, come on.
Before it opened.
Well, I think I might be getting kicked off here. I cannot get a charger to my computer right now.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. We appreciate you coming on for as long as you did.
Well, Bill, it was an absolute pleasure to watch you work. I'm sorry. I'm literally within minutes of my battery dying.
Oh, no problem. It's been great. Thank you. I appreciate all the help.
And everybody out there, look out for Becker. He's going to be having the game show starting soon.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if anybody. We'll have something up for people to respond to and become participants in. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Becker. Take care,
Take
buddy.
care. Okay, it's just us.
Just us. Well, you definitely work a lot quicker on the Homer. You've drawn him a couple times, right? Did you lock up on me? Oh, there you are.
It's not too bad, I think.
You were frozen there for a second. There you go.
Oh.
Were you talking? I couldn't hear you because everything was frozen.
Yeah, I said the one drawback to these paint pens is they don't have the range of colors that like a Copic marker set has.
Gotcha.
So this is the color that comes closest to Homer's beard. Which is funny. They on the show they changed the beard color, I think around the time they did the Simpsons movie.
Oh, really? That late?
Yeah, because his beard used to be closer to this color. And then when they did the movie, they made it a lot lighter. So now it's, it's still kind of tan, not really yellowish, but it's a lot closer in value to his skin color. It's kind of only slightly darker.
It was funny when you did the Kingpin note to see him without hair. As little hair as he has.
It's weird. I mean, for me at least, he looks unfinished that way.
Right.
Because I usually don't add the hair until the end. And, so he's at the stage where I'm used to looking at him and going, oh, he's almost done, but not quite. Oh, fireworks are starting.
I live behind the Magic Kingdom in Disney.
Do you really?
They haven't had fireworks since COVID happened.
Huh.
And so a few days ago, they finally had the fireworks, and forgot how noisy it was. From my daughter's upstairs bedroom, you can see them.
Oh, wow.
You have to look over the trees. But we have like a nice bike path. You can stand the bike path. You can see them perfectly. So like on the 4th of July, we just walk out to the bike path and watch the Disney fireworks.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, we live about maybe 4 miles from the Metro Park. And it sort of juts out into the lake. So we can see it from our house. And I was out with the dogs, just like letting the dogs go to the bathroom the other night. And I heard these pops, and I looked to the north, and there's this full-blown fireworks show going on at the Metro Park.
Okay.
So I called my wife, Care, and, she came out. We watched for a while. But then the fish flies were just too much for us. So this was like in the last big surge of the fish flies. They're about gone now, but
Okay.
they were pretty strong at night. So we had to go inside. And my wife's mom called and she said, they're having the fireworks on Channel 4 on TV. So we turned on the TV and we just watched them, even though we could look out our back door and see them. We just watched them on TV for the rest of the show. But they were like the official Detroit fireworks, which I thought was really weird because, I mean, we're pretty far north of Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And also the Metro Park, they had it closed. So you couldn't get in. There was no public allowed. So the only people who could actually see the fireworks were people like us who live on the lake or people who had a boat and were out there, you know, just anchored and watching it from the water. So I didn't understand that, but then somebody pointed out, well, even though COVID restrictions are being lifted, they still don't want people congregating in a big mass like they would for fireworks. So they were really just doing it for television.
Okay.
You know, it wasn't really intended for anybody to watch it live. It was really just for the TV show.
Right.
Gidget, are you okay? Hmm?
Poor thing.
I think she might have to go to the bathroom again. I might have to get some more of these pens before.
Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap it up after this one because it looks like you're running out of ink too.
The ink, I got plenty of ink pens. I think I'm good for one more after this one.
Okay.
If you want to do it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I
Do you
thought
wanna-
maybe we were out.
Do you want to put that up and I'll go take care of my dog?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, let's do that. So I'll be back in a minute.
All right, this will be the last claim of the night.
Okay, come on, Gidget. Let's go.
Yes, and please, if you haven't subscribed yet, please hit subscribe and hit that like button. Help us out. We're trying to get more views on YouTube, but we can't do it until people start to like it more, subscribe to it, and get us out there in the algorithms. All right, guys, this is the last claim of the night. Again, if we get more than 3, I will put it up in the. We already got 3, so we're gonna spin a wheel. So just give me a moment to get that configured, guys. I'm doing this on my own this time, so it'll take me a minute. Let's see what we got here. I see Linda. Carl Jones. Nine, 2, 8. Really appreciate everybody hanging out with us today. I know it was nothing that we advertised very long, but we'll want to get some of this done. Mike C, you already claimed one. We don't allow multiple claims in one show. We want to give everybody a chance. If we were doing a commission list or anything, you can get anything you want. But during the live shows, we try to make sure everybody has a fair shot at things. So we don't do multiple claims for the same. So that's it. That's those 3. So hold on one second. I'll share this screen and we'll see who the winner is. All right, let's see. All right. Mike 928. Congratulations, buddy. Just need to know what you want. And if you could send me a message on Facebook Messenger, Ken Carson or 4C Comics, so I can get your information. Sorry, Linda. The Michaels, they got you outnumbered today. This was not the Ghost Rider fan. No. But the Ghost Rider fan was going to get, I'll tell you, Becker, he was going to get Bart as Ghost Rider. So we would have had the spiky-haired skull, and maybe somebody else will get it. You know, I might get it. That sounds like a great idea. I loved it when he told me it. But we'll see what Michael 928 comes up with for his sketch op. Mr. Morrison. And I'm sitting here by myself. Sorry, guys. Dead air. Oh, here comes Bill. I can hear the door squeaking. Torso 11 by 17. Bart is Ghost Rider. Yeah. You want to do that? Now we're cooking with gas, Bill.
What's happening?
This last one's going to be good.
Okay.
11 by 17 torso of Bart as Ghost Rider.
Bart is Ghost Rider. All right, so it's a torso. That means I don't have to draw the bike, right?
No bike. But you got to do the spiky-haired skull.
Oh, so it's like Bart's skull, but it's flaming.
Right.
Okay.
Leather jacket. You know Ghost Rider, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wrote a feature. If anybody saw the comic version of Crazy that Marvel did,
Yeah.
did you see that?
No. He also wants a word bubble that says "Vengeance is mine, dude."
Oh, okay.
That's good.
That's good.
That's really good.
So, Marvel came out with a comic book version of their magazine Crazy like a year or two ago.
Right.
So I wrote a feature that was it was like rejected Marvel comic ideas.
Right.
So the imagery was all covers, so it was like it had a little text paragraph about what the pitch was, and then why it was rejected, that kind of thing. And then you'd see the cover. So one of them was Ghost Hitcher. And the little story behind it was that it was pitched by the guy who was the current artist of Ghost Rider. And so he pitched this idea that Ghost Rider loses his bike and he has to hitchhike everywhere he goes.
Right.
And as they're escorting him out of the building, he's screaming, "Do you know how hard it is to draw motorcycles over and over and over again?"
That's funny. Hey, steal this idea. I like this.
All right. That's too pink. That's not bad.
The wheel's spinning. You're looking for a good idea on this one? Are you still finishing up Homer here?
Yeah. I need to look up the color scheme. Oh, no, I got one right here. Haha. Anna Duff. Well, I don't think that's the right color scheme. I think I got the colors wrong.
You're talking Greek to me, buddy. I'm colorblind.
Are you colorblind?
I am.
Oh.
When I tell people I'm colorblind, they think I see in black and white. No, I see colors. I just don't see shading well. Like I can't see the difference between a bright green and a yellow. I don't. There's no difference to me. Or say like a dark blue and a purple. I don't see much of a difference between the two. Sometimes pink can look gray. That'll happen.
I worked with a designer once who he was working on something and he held it up to me and he goes, "Is that green?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I can't tell if this is green or not." And I said, "Really?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm colorblind." And up until that time, that's what I thought colorblind was more like, everything was kind of sepia tone or black and white or something.
Right.
And he said, "No, it's just certain colors, I just can't really see them the way they look."
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing that you're a designer. Because you're basically having to guess on a lot of stuff, how people are going to perceive it. It might look good to you, but it look totally different to somebody else.
Exactly. Yeah, it's hard to explain to people. And of course, whenever I do tell, well, not so much now, but when I was younger, if I told somebody I was colorblind, I'd be like, "Oh, okay, what color's my shirt? What color is this? What color is this?" Like, I'm not a circus clown. They point out every color in the rainbow and laugh at me because I don't know what it is.
Yeah. All right.
My daughter's fiance wants to get me those glasses where colorblind people can see, because he watches these YouTube videos and stuff where people do it and they cry. You're like, I don't think there's a color in the rainbow that's going to make me cry.
Yeah, I've seen those.
It would have to be pretty vibrant for me to be that taken aback by it.
Oh my God, I didn't know what I was missing.
Yeah. I'd be like, "Oh, look at that. All right, let's go take it off. That's enough."
Oh my God, I married a blonde. I thought you were brunette. The marriage is off.
Yeah, exactly. I almost got a job many years ago. They loved me. It was a furniture place, and to do design, house design and things like that.
Yeah.
And I went through like 2 weeks of classes, and everything was going great. And then they started doing like matching, how to match colors and things like that. So after the class was over, I went up to the professor and I said, "Hey, I'm colorblind." And his mouth opened, his head dropped, and he was like, "Oh no." I was like, "What does that mean?" He's like, "I don't know how you can possibly do this job if you're colorblind." So then he took me into the showroom, and he showed me some palettes and said, "Okay, match the color to this." And I did, and he goes, "Yeah, this isn't going to work."
Oh.
It's like, okay, I'll just get my stuff and leave. Lost a job through disability. I should have sued him.
Yeah. They should have at least paid you for taking that class.
Oh, they did.
Okay.
Yeah. They actually tried to retain me in other ways, but I wasn't interested. It was a long time ago, though. And the funny thing is, I actually like to get my stuff. Like a lot of my commissions, I'll get them colored. I like it finished,
Yeah.
Not everything, but some things.
You mean like you like to get someone else to color after the fact?
Sometimes, Sometimes I would have the artist colored if they, but a lot of artists don't offer that service, or if they do, it's just way too expensive. It's easier just to get somebody to do it digitally.
Yeah.
I can make a print out of it, and I don't mess with the original, something, stuff like that.
Have you ever bought like a piece of original art that somebody had colored or the artist had colored?
I have a painted Mark Texera Ghost Rider piece.
No, but I mean like something that was drawn in ink for, and intended to be or was colored digitally or, for print.
Right.
But then after the fact, somebody had colored the original.
No. I know, I'm sure it happens. I've seen sequential pages that people have colored, like old sequentials.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll take it to a colorist and have it colored, which is, to me, is ruining. You're taking a piece of history in some sense.
Yeah, I agree.
And defaming it. Yeah. I mean, you can get a copy colored. I have no problem with that, but not the original.
Yeah. Well, years ago, Dan DiCarlo, I don't know if somebody gave him this idea or if he just came up with it on his own, but he started coloring his original art. And I don't know if he thought it would sell better or somebody told him it would sell better or what. I don't think he did a lot. But I've seen a few, and I actually have one. I have a Josie and the Pussycats cover that he hand colored. So, I mean, it's hand colored by the artist, so that's good.
Yeah, that's important too. I mean, I could totally see, you get a piece by, say, Jim Lee, and you have, Scott Williams ink it. And, his name was just in my head. I forgot it. The guy, Alex and Claire, do the colors on it. But not something that's published or something like that. I mean, a commissioner, that would be, I think, okay. But
yeah.
looking good, man.
Thank you. I can't tell what it looks like. I don't have my screen up. Oh, there we go.
That's gonna look pretty cool in 11 by 17.
All right, if it's okay, I'm going to set this aside because there's areas where the paint came out kind of heavy, and it's going to take a while for it to dry.
Sure.
So let me start on the next one.
Well, I'm glad that this one got in because I was talking about this one earlier. This one I want to see.
What's that?
I said this is the one I was talking about earlier that I was excited. I was hoping he would get in. That Borg face album. Is that a Duff you're drinking there?
Well, got it for reference off my shelf, but it's actually Simpsons playing. But they come in this duff can.
There you go.
It's a set that I did all the artwork for, so
Oh, neat.
yeah, so I like to keep it.
Was that something that was sold?
Yeah. Okay, so Bart as Ghost Rider.
Bart and Ghost Rider. By 17 torso. You don't have to draw a bike, but you got to draw some flames.
What's that?
So no bike, but lots of flames, right?
Okay. I'm going to pull up a little reference here. I mean, I basically know what Ghost Rider looks like, but doesn't he have like chains across his shoulders and stuff? Or is that Spawn?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who draws them, I guess. He usually has a chain. He's got spikes on his shoulders, like a leather jacket with spikes on the shoulders, and he usually wields a chain that's flaming. That's his weapon.
Right. Oh yeah. All right, so I'll give him the chain because I want to have him do something with his hands.
Yeah.
This is what drives me crazy when you're looking for a reference. If anything's had a movie based on it, everything that comes up is the movie unless you specify comic.
Becker said he might come back on.
Oh, okay. No, don't let him.
Yeah, he just wants to see the Ghost Rider.
All right. Start lower.
Hey,
He's back.
I'm plugged into a charger. Just had to go to a different room.
You just want to see the Ghost Rider.
I really want to see this. I am so very intrigued.
So what's he saying again?
I think vengeance is mine, dude.
Oh yeah, okay.
Somebody suggested "Eat My Vengeance." You were talking about that before, about when The Simpsons first came out. I don't know a person in the planet who didn't have a "Eat My Shorts" or "I Caramba" or
Oh, I had one of
"Don't Have a
those.
Cow Man."
I think I had the "Don't Have a Cow Man" shirt.
Yeah, I think I might have had "Don't Have a Cow Man."
Did you ever get sent home from school for that?
I wasn't in school at the time.
I think I got in trouble. I think my school came up with a no Simpsons t-shirts rule. Oh, But yeah, while I was out, I sent you, Ken, a couple pictures of that trip to the White House.
Yeah, I saw it.
The one I clearly don't know what to do with my hands. I was next to the podium where the president gives addresses from.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's the I don't know what to do with my hands pose. And then the other one is my wife and I we're right outside where the president enters into the West Wing at. So we were right outside the Oval Office.
Yeah, that picture actually looks almost familiar to me. I think I might have been there.
Yeah, it's right. So there's like where the limos would pull up to.
Yeah.
There's like an overhang, and we kind of just went to the right of the door and took a picture, because then that window behind where our heads are at, that's the president's residence.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember where we went in. We went in through the back, of course, or to the side. We were downstairs, then we went upstairs to the main residence area, the main area where they had the green room and the red room and everything.
That's East Wing.
They said he was in the building. He was at the White House, Barack Obama. So they made us go out the front where the limos were. So that's they said normally we don't do this, but we had to exit there. And that's where we were able to take out our phones and take pictures and things like that, because we couldn't do anything inside the White House.
Right. I was only allowed to use my phone in certain places.
Yeah. And I actually have a picture, because when we went outside, I took a picture of the White House, and on the roof you could see a sniper.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It's my buddy pointed out to me. He goes, "Dude, who's the guy on the roof with the rifle?" I'm like, "Holy shit!" There's a sniper on the roof. But then, like maybe 20 minutes after we left, we were standing out near the corner, and the gates opened up, and out came a bunch of cars and limo and everything, and the Secret Service guys are hanging out the windows. And
wow!
And Barack Obama went to the Capitol to do something, to talk to Congress or something. So it was crazy, seeing these guys hanging out the windows as they're driving down the street and everything.
My cousin, so she's back working in the government, but the last time on her last day, the boss she worked for in scheduling, kind of for like a treat for her and her coworker, they got to go down to the Truman Bowling Alley underneath the White House, and they got a bowl of frame, and they had like beers and snacks.
Oh, nice.
Chris Field says, "I was at Wrigley Field when Clinton was there. There were snipers all over the roofs above us. I have a pic with them." And Chris Fields also said, "I had the Bart shoes." I didn't know there was Bart shoes.
Like tennis shoes?
Yeah.
I know Vans. I think Vans is still doing Simpsons shoes, or somebody is. I keep seeing releases. But way back in the day, like back in the 90s, I'm not sure. Somebody probably did Bart shoes, but I don't remember who. It's not really what I want.
Chris says, "Yeah, they lit up. I think I was 5 or so." Bart Simpson is Ghost Rider. I cannot wait.
Can people see this at all?
Yeah.
Like it's okay.
What are you doing?
See what's going on here. Yeah, it's perfect. That's exactly what I was envisioning. It was the spiky-haired skull.
Yeah, that's perfect.
How are chains? Are they painted about to draw, or is it?
Yeah, I hate drawing chains.
You'd rather draw
That's the other thing about like if they ask me to draw Ghost Rider, I would say I'll write Ghost Rider, but I don't think I have it in me to draw. And I could draw some covers, you know, but to draw that stuff over and over and over again, I don't think so. Okay.
That was like when Todd McFarlane was doing Spider-Man. He must have spent hours just drawing all the webs.
Yeah.
I always thought Eric Larson had some really cool Spider-Man webs too.
Yeah.
But it would have been very time consuming.
Yeah.
I always wonder who was it? Was it Jim Shooter? When you had him on, he said, I wonder if the artist ever got mad at Ditko for having all those webs on that costume.
Yeah. It's weird when you watch the old Spider-Man cartoon from the 60s. And they did the webs on his mask, but then they gave up.
Yeah, I would have too.
They were like, "No, we're not getting enough money to draw all those webs. We'll do it on the mask, but that's it."
Annika says, such a good idea. It looks so dope already. And Chris Fields, this Bart makes me go, damn, I should have come up with this. Still very happy I got Homer as Kingpin. I thought the Homer as Kingpin was an awesome idea.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Hey, there's always next time, right?
That's right.
Now Bill's going to get a lot of Bart Ghost Rider requests.
With lots of chains.
That'll be my thing.
That's only if the bug show doesn't work out, though. I'm really going to keep you on that idea.
See, I'm going to have you do one, Bill, right? But he's going to be on one of those three-wheel, big wheels.
Oh, yeah. Well, I wouldn't mind drawing him on a motorcycle, once. I could see doing that. Like if I did a cover or a commission and, really spent some time on it and, I would have fun doing a tricked out motorcycle because, I am kind of a car guy and I do like
Golden Age Ghost Rider on an Indian.
Yeah. Oh, an Indian. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, I would draw that.
Has anyone done a Homer as Galactus eating a planet like a donut?
I drew Homer for an actual cover. I drew Homer as Galactus.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, it's an issue of Simpsons Super Spectacular.
Oh, wow.
Was he eating a planet like a donut?
Like a box of planets that
no.
were that was my idea I just had.
I had a character that was like the surfer, and he was I think he was kind of reaching out towards the surfer character. It was Bart. Bart was like his what does he call his assistants?
The Herald.
The Herald. Yep.
Herald of Homer.
Yeah.
That's a really good idea. I love trying to think of good mashups like that. The last sketch op that Bill did, he did a Darth Homer, and it was just fantastic. So good.
Yes, Chris. Bill will be at MegaCon. Chris Field says, I do have an idea for Bart next time. I think you're at MegaCon, right, Bill?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that Darth Homer was fun because he's choking Bart, but he's using the Force.
Yeah, for sure, Bart. Yeah, that's funny. And then Bill drew Bart like the Admiral who was getting choked. What was his name?
Piet?
Piet. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, he's wearing that little cap and got that
Apology
uniform.
accepted.
I'm getting pretty good at drawing chains here.
Oh, this is going to be so cool.
Yeah, Bill will be at MegaCon, even though they haven't announced it yet. I don't know what the hell they're waiting for.
I was going to say, when is MegaCon that they haven't announced it yet?
It's in August 12th through the 15th, but apparently they're going to make the last announcements of comic creators this Tuesday. So he said he'll be in that bunch. I asked him who else was going to be there, and he told me, and I was like, "Well, I hope there's going to be more," but he wouldn't give me any other names. So I'm not going to say anything who else is going to be there. I'll just tell you Bill will be there. Bill is one of the names on that list.
Basically, they've already announced the Avengers, so this is the champions. They've announced the Avengers and the Defenders, and this will be the champions announcement.
Hey, at least it's not Wolfpack.
And Alpha Flight.
I think one of those guys, Wolfpack to me was always like, now we're really getting stretched here. I think one guy's gimmick was he literally just had a grappling hook. Like if I can buy your power at a hardware store, you're probably in trouble. Then again, I can buy Hawkeye's powers at Dick's Sporting Goods. So
This is true. Power
Pack. Oh, I like Power Pack, Linda. Yeah, to me, Wolfpack was always kind of bottom of the barrel. But then again, I'm a guy who collects New Warrior stuff, so don't listen to me.
Who was in Wolfpack?
Boy, I'm going to have to think about that.
That tells you how impactful they were.
I have the graphic novel. It was a Marvel graphic novel. I think they went on to have a series too, but I didn't get that. I just remember the one guy had a grappling hook that like shot out of his, he wore it like on his torso.
Yeah.
And then it could fire off and like grapple somebody or pull him up somewhere.
Did it have a Batman logo on the belt too?
It did not. Oh, Wolfpack.
I don't even know. I never even heard of the Wolfpack.
Yeah, let me look here. I feel like I gotta look them up.
Oh, you know what else, Bill? How about a flaming skateboard?
Oh, that's good.
There you go.
They were a team from the South Bronx in New York. According to the legend, the Wolfpack has existed for at least 2 millennium. but the latest incarnation consisted of 5 teenagers from the South Bronx.
Because that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, at least they weren't from Jersey.
Oh, what's wrong with Jersey?
Slippery Slam, Wheels Wolinski. Yeah, I remember one guy was in a wheelchair. And then Malcolm Brown, Sharon Slagley, and Rafael Vega. I think Vega was the one that had the harness that was kind of a grappling hook.
It's a Marvel Phase 6 right there.
Yeah. I don't think the Wolfpack's going anywhere.
Hey, you never know. They've been pulling out some pretty obscure characters to do stuff with.
Yeah, I would have never thought you would have seen Rocket Raccoon on screen. That would not have been something if you had told me in the late 90s, oh, someday Rocket Raccoon's going to be in multiple movies.
Hey, good.
And yeah, voiced by one of the biggest actors
Yeah.
in Hollywood.
I think most of the Marvel characters that have, made it to the big screen, for someone like me growing up, like reading this stuff as far back as the 60s and thinking we'll be lucky if we ever get a Spider-Man movie. Just to see, just to have an Avengers movie was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And you have 2 Ant-Man movies.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Never would have dreamed of that.
And a third one coming out.
And a third one coming out. Crazy. Or just
really? I thought the second one, didn't the second one bomb?
Yeah, they're still making a third one.
Wow.
And even for a Marvel bomb, like, it still made money.
Yeah.
I like how they made him pretty much the catalyst for the entire Endgame. His return was what brought everybody, the whole thing in.
I don't know how current the list is, but I've seen Wall Street Journal had a total gross for all of the MCU movies and where it ranked above various countries' gross domestic product.
Oh my God!
Like what countries the MCU has generated more capital than their GDP?
Wow,
that's kind of rude.
Yeah. I remember looking at it and like, wow, why would you do? Whew, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is. I heard a rumor that Jon Favreau is basically erasing the sequels from Star Wars with the Mandalorian. It's not going to be canon anymore.
Really?
Yep.
I did not know that.
It had something to do with Ahsoka Tano because technically in the I don't know the exact the reference or what they were saying about it, but it has something to do with Ahsoka Tano. She was supposed to have died by the hands of. I didn't watch the Clone Wars or anything, but I guess Vader was supposed to kill her or something like that. But the fact that she's alive in The Mandalorian means that Vader never killed her, which means that the events of The Force Awakens and everything couldn't have happened that way because she would be alive.
Well, I don't know if that's. I watched those episodes. I don't remember her dying in Rebels.
There was something there. I don't know. I like I said, I didn't watch it. There's something where I guess
she faced Vader in Rebels.
Yeah, but she got pulled into like a. I don't know.
Yeah, you just didn't know what happened to her. They didn't show her dead or anything though.
Yeah.
And you don't know where Ezra is.
It was if she was alive during the time of The Force Awakens, it couldn't have went down like that because she would be doing what she was doing in The Mandalorian. I don't know. There was something. I didn't read the article the whole way because I didn't really watch the Clone Wars or Rebels, so I don't really know Ahsoka Tano that well to know where she fits into all that stuff. But I did read it that they said that it looks like they might be trying to take that out of canon.
I was pleased she made it into Mandalorian, though. I thought Rosario Dawson did a wonderful job playing her.
Yeah, well, she's going to get a whole show now, right?
Oh, I don't always keep up on that stuff. I kind of just wait when I know it's coming out is kind of when I start paying attention.
Yeah, I think they're doing it. They announced that she's going to have her own series.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Have either of you been watching Loki?
Yes.
Yeah, I have.
Yep. What do you think?
Oh, I've thought it was a lot of fun. I'm just trying not to do spoilers.
Yeah.
For people who haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah, I don't know. Everything they do, even if it's not the best thing I've seen them do, it's still fun to watch.
Yeah, and like I think it's funny that I've had almost the same reaction to each of their Disney Plus shows they've had. I watched WandaVision, and I mean, by the time WandaVision come out, we had all had like this awful year of just a lack of entertainment, and I was just so happy it was there. It's like, oh, this is awesome! I can't believe it's this good. By the end of it, and then Falcon, Winter Soldier, and I was like, oh, this is so much better than WandaVision. Oh, now I'm really glad this came out, and now Loki, and I'm like, oh, forget those other two. This is really fun.
You're kind of fickle, aren't you?
I'm just bandwagoning onto whatever they get.
I had a friend. Every movie he saw was the best movie he ever saw in his life. I was like, well, wait till next week. You'll see the best one next week too.
And I think the big thing for me too is I've really enjoyed the streaming content that we're getting this last year, because I still haven't been to a movie theater since COVID began. So for me to be able to get this kind of stuff at home, it's been nice.
Next week I can buy Black Widow and watch it on my TV at home. Pause it when I have to go to the bathroom and all that fun stuff. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I'm planning on doing that method too. Purchasing it via Disney Plus.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, how much would you spend going to the movies? You'd spend a lot more than that. Or just be patient, wait for it to be released. December.
I saw my first movie in the theater a couple weeks ago. And the movie theater wasn't packed, so that was good. But I enjoyed it. It was fun doing that again.
Yeah.
What did you see?
I saw the Sparks Brothers.
Okay.
You know that?
I honestly think my mom just told me about it.
So you know the band Sparks?
I didn't. Let me see.
You know who they are?
I do not, but you're the second person to mention this to me within the last 2 days, so I'm going back to a message. Yeah, somebody was telling me about it. It wasn't my mom, though. I know somebody I was texting with had told me about the Sparks Brothers. Otherwise,
it was good. I'm a fan, so I don't know if you have to be a fan to enjoy it or not. but I'm the kind of fan that, like, I discovered them early in their career back in the 70s, and then by the late 70s I kind of moved on. But then they had this big resurgence in the 80s during the new wave period. And so I kind of rediscovered them a little bit and then kind of forgot about them again. So it was really cool to kind of get like filled in on the stuff that I'd missed of their career. And the movie made me like go back and listen to a bunch of their stuff that I had never heard before. And some of it I'm not crazy about, but there are other things where I'm just like, wow, how come I never heard of this song? Okay. Does Ghost Rider wear gloves?
I believe so.
Yep.
Okay, so he's got like black gloves, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Start with the yellow.
Oh, that is just outstanding.
Oh, thank you.
This is cool.
I was
I
excited.
hate it. I hate that I didn't think of it. I was going to say something about it getting lost in the mail, but if it really gets lost in the mail, then I'll look bad.
Well, you could have kept your mouth shut.
I'm not that smart. I'm a terrible criminal. I always unfoil my evil plan to everybody.
So you'd make a great Bond villain.
Yes.
Linda Craig says this was a fantastic idea, and I agree.
Yeah, it was.
And I have to say, this angle for the camera has been perfect to get to watch the drawings develop.
Oh, good.
And Annika says this is turning out fantastic.
Cool. Thank you.
And thanks everybody who's stayed with the whole. I know Annika was here the whole time, and
Yeah, we're almost 5 hours.
5 hours?
yeah,
Jeez.
it is almost 6 o'clock Central Time right now. So now in Michigan, are you Eastern Time or Central?
Eastern.
I thought so.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I thought Bill was an hour behind me. And then we went to Pensacon, and that was in the Central Time Zone. It's like I didn't realize Florida was in 2 different time zones.
Yeah, that was weird.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of states that have that. Indiana does.
Oh, do they?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, the first video I was ever supposed to do with Ken, I almost missed it entirely because I was 45 minutes late. I didn't realize. I had forgotten that he was Eastern time.
No.
It was funny too because like literally half an hour before we were going live, he's like, "All right, I'll see you in a little bit." I was like, "Great, I'll see you in a little bit." Then the show starts. I'm like, "Where is he?" Then I sent him a text. I'm like, "You joining us?" And
I was out doing yard work.
I figured. I said, "You know what? He's got the wrong time zone. He's probably doing something." And exactly what happened. But it was fine. Who was that? The Carla, right? Was that the Carla?
Yep.
Yeah, this Tuesday, we have Rodney Ramos will be sketching starting at 8, but at 7 o'clock, we will have Michael Golden.
Ooh.
Michael's not sketching, but he's going to be offering up finished sketches.
That sounds terrific.
He said that he just draws too slow, that there's no way he'd be able to do a live sketch like this. So he's just going to draw some sketches and offer them up on Tuesday. So it'll be like basically more of like an interview than anything else. But he will have some sketches to claim. I don't know how many. I don't know what he's going to be offering. I haven't gotten any of that information. I probably won't even get that until Tuesday. So don't ask.
And Jeff will be back with you guys for that one.
Jeff will be there for that one. Yep.
And I will probably pop in on in the comments at some point, but I'll be at a ball game.
That's right. Yep.
Royals Reds.
Nice. Yeah.
It's
we're
nice
still
to
working
know.
on those guys too. So
It's nice to know that Michael Golden doesn't do everything perfectly.
he told me he draws mostly digitally now. Anyway,
After you had said something about digital.
after I insulted digital sketching, yes.
I don't understand that.
I don't
I don't get, like, I understand, like, I've got friends in the National Cartoonist Society who are completely digital. But, you know, a lot of times they're people who work on things that don't really have a high resale value.
Right.
But when I talk to cartoonists who are working on Batman or Spider-Man or X-Men, and they say they work digitally, I don't get how you can like truncate your income like that.
Yeah, not being able to resell. It just seems like you're keeping money off the table, or you're leaving money on the table to me.
Yeah.
Well, there is one controversial aspect of that. Some of the art reps have turned around and started doing what they call mono prints. So they'll take the digital file and make one single print of it, which is supposed to basically be the original art.
Yeah.
For a premium.
I don't feel that's there's the market is as big as that for that. You know what I mean? I think.
I mean, it's not as expensive as something that would be drawn traditionally. It's usually less expensive, but it still is usually a few $100s, depending on the
I
artist.
understand there's value in that, but to me, it's just not the same. Like, even if I know I've got the only print, if I've got a 1-of-1, there's still something inside me that says, yeah, but there's a file and
Yeah.
somebody could print another one. And, it's not the same as having the original physical art. And I just love seeing all the mistakes and the whiteout, I love all that.
Linda says some of those digital artists are on big books trying to sell monoprints for almost as much as OA. I'm not against monoprints, but I'm not willing to pay the same pricing. I wouldn't be either, Linda.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. To me, a monoprint is still a print. So.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there's something to, having original. I mean,
and really, once I own a monoprint, I mean, is it really left to the artist to decide there's only going to be one? It would be immoral. It would be probably illegal also, but, people could start reprinting it.
Yeah. Oh, it's bound to happen.
The very nature of it is, I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. I mean, to me, collecting art, especially if you're getting something specifically for a specific artist, to know that they held that paper in their hand and did the work on it and everything like that. That means something,
Yeah. Like
I'm-
for example, I've got a Dave Stevens ink over a Kirby drawing, and it's great having the Dave Stevens, but I can't say I have a Kirby.
I got a Kirby this week.
Yeah, I saw that. The checks.
Yeah. Did I show you that, Bill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
cool.
I mean, listen, to me, it's Kirby penciled this character, and it's a turnaround, so which is kind of cool.
You know what I mean, though? Like, I could say I have an original Dave Stevens with that piece, but
Yeah.
I can't say I've got a piece because it's a blue line or it's a light box.
Right.
So I can't say, like Jack didn't touch this. He did the original drawing, but it's not an original Kirby.
Thanks, Linda. Yeah, it's pretty cool. My
I
favorite
had
part
an original Kirby Captain America and I sold it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was from the 70s Marvel period. And it had Cap and the Falcon, but they're just talking to this guy, so there's like no action or anything.
It was a page?
Yeah, it was a page and from like mid 70s. And I thought, now, it's Kirby and everything, but I'll get another one. I'll get one that's got, some action on it.
Right. You got to get
And
that
then-
one first.
And then after that, like all the Kirby prices shot up. So
Yeah, we were talking about regrets earlier. I would say that's probably one then.
yeah, that's definitely one.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, I mean, I wouldn't have sold it if I didn't think it was not a great page. But it was great that I had an original Kirby. I don't.
Something happened there.
Yeah, his phone must have rebooted or something.
What
Okay.
happened?
Oh,
Your
your
phone-
phone kind of popped off for a second.
Oh,
But actually, I think I'm going to get off of here. I hate to leave early again, but I need to start dinner.
No worries, buddy. Thanks for coming back on. This is the last sketch we're doing tonight anyway, so.
Yeah, I figured 5 hours. Give yourself a rest, Bill.
well, yeah, I'm going to have some dinner and feed my animals.
Yeah, that's the other thing I'm going to do. The dog's been out here 3 times and given me a look like,
Yeah.
you're going to feed me, right?
My wife's giving me that look, so I know. I should have said
All right.
All right.
Well, everybody
Thanks,
take
Tucker.
care. Thanks for everybody that tuned in. And I can't
Thanks,
wait
everyone.
to get invited to one of these again. I really had a great time, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
Bye now.
This is usually easier for me when my wife is here because she takes care of the animals and everything.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if I mentioned that what she's doing in Los Angeles. Did I?
No.
So my wife is a singer with a swing band. And when we decided to move to Michigan, the band leader, his name is Dean Mora, he had already been living up in Sacramento. So the band was not working as much as they normally did. He would come down for gigs occasionally, but they weren't working nonstop like they had been at one time. So when we announced that we were moving, he kind of officially ended the band. He said, well, Kara's moving. I'm up in Sacramento. Let's just call it quits. So he did. And then recently she got an email from him. And I think he's getting a little antsy. And, now that things are opening up after COVID, I think he just decided, I feel like getting out there again. So he asked her if she wanted to come out and do this show. And she said yes. And so she flew out yesterday. And they're doing one show at the Cicada Club in downtown Los Angeles. And then they've got another show lined up in October that she's going to do. And then another one the night before New Year's Eve.
Oh, nice.
So she's actually got 3 LA trips. And I'm going to go out for the last one for the New Year's Eve.
Yeah, you spent New Year's there, right?
Yeah, I'll just, I don't know. I may like go out for a week and just try to see some people, maybe do some signings.
There you go.
Yeah.
What color did you do with that with his jacket?
What color?
Yeah.
I'm using blue, but then I'm going to go in. That'll just be kind of like for highlights.
Yeah.
So then I'm going to go in with black. It'll be mostly black. Leather is another thing. Another reason I would not want to draw Ghost Rider.
Could be worse. Could be like a Hawaiian shirt. That would probably be a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably simplify a Hawaiian shirt. But when you draw leather, like you have to commit to putting down a lot of black ink.
Yeah.
And you also just have to design all the reflections. It's not like you can just, you got to think about how the light hits things. And
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it has texture with the black in it.
right.
Or it'll just look flat.
So this belt that he wears, is it like silver or what?
Does he wear a belt?
Oh yeah, it's kind of silvery. Yeah, he's got like a belt around his. He's wearing, well, and the one that I'm kind of riffing on, he's wearing like a jumpsuit, like a leather Evel Knievel kind of jumpsuit.
Yeah. The one I'm looking at is like it's the bottom of his jacket. It's all like it has the spikes on it, like his shoulders.
Yeah, I think I'm doing maybe a little bit of a hybrid,
Yeah.
but it's Simpsons universe Ghost Rider.
Exactly. Doesn't your wife act too?
Yeah. All right. It looks like I should have drawn some flames around his chin. That's okay. All right.
I think it looks good.
Here's where it gets tough.
The Simpson mashups are fun. Got to think of some really good ones. Have you ever done a Wolverine one?
Yes.
Who was the
It was like a Bart Vereen.
Bart Vereen?
Yeah.
You did like a Hulk 181 cover homage with Bart and Homer.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. I've done a lot of Steranko homages.
Which one? Anything?
Well, I've done the Captain America 111. What was the Captain America one with the Hulk?
Where the Hulk is punching the shield?
The Hulk's kind of like coming out from behind a broken wall, and he's chasing Bucky, and Cap's kind of in the foreground facing off against the Hulk.
Let me see if I can look it up. I think I picked it up. Let's see. This is 110.
Okay, so 110 and 111 I've done. I did the X-Men one with Lorna Dane.
Okay.
Like, she's in the green costume,
Right.
kind of in the center, and then some of the other X-Men are sort of looking on. I've done a couple of Shield cover parodies. Oh, I did the the Hulk annual cover
Which one?
where he's got like the logo on his back.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yes.
The one that Marie Severin redid the face.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Trying to find a picture of it.
If you want to look for the ones that I did and put them up,
Where are they on?
you can look for Radioactive Man. No, can't think of what the numbers were. Maybe if you just do like Radioactive Man Steranko, they might come up.
I'm doing your name. How many covers did you do? A lot?
I know I did 4 Radioactive Man covers, or 5 maybe. And what were the other ones? I ripped off Steranko a lot. I actually gave him some money once because I felt bad I ripped him off so much.
He's probably, what's this for? Just take it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now people are telling me their ideas for stuff that they want you to do now.
Yeah, open the door, did we?
Yes, you did. Yeah, man. Somebody was saying a Thor 337 with Beta Ray Bill.
Oh, yeah. The Simonson cover?
Yeah. This looks so cool.
Oh. Hmm.
So everybody's gonna want color stuff from you from now on, Bill.
What?
Everyone's gonna want color stuff from you from now on. Open up a can of worms.
Yeah, that's the story of my life when it comes to doing stuff like this. That's why, in the past I've said no to certain things at live signings,
Right.
like at conventions, because I know that the person behind that person in line is going to see it and go, oh, I want one of those.
Yeah. Because that's what will happen.
That's why I really don't like, usually I'll say no to if somebody wants them self-Simpsonized. If there's a bunch of people in line, I'll say no because I know that's all I'm going to do for the rest of the day.
Right. There's one. There's a Simpson artist who does that all the time. I can't think of his name.
Phil Ortiz?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I was going to
Phil,
do it. He was
Phil,
at Tampa Bay Comic Con 2 years ago. I was going to do it, but his table was being monopolized by a bunch of kids, so I just left.
Yeah, Phil likes to do that, and more power to him. So I did a Wizard show. Wizard Cleveland.
Yeah.
Before the pandemic. And Phil was like right down the aisle from me. And if people asked me to Simpsonize them, I would just go, you know what? Phil Ortiz loves to do that. And you'll get a better one than you'll get from me. So why don't you go see Phil?
Did you work with Phil?
Yeah. He was one of our regular pencilers at Pongo. So he worked on the show in the early days. And then I don't know what happened if he moved, because he moved up to like Lake Arrowhead. So maybe when he did that, he couldn't come into the animation studio anymore.
Right.
But I think by that time we were giving him pretty regular work on Simpsons comics. So where? Oh, sorry, I'm trying to find my big chunky Sharpie pens.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Yeah, I was actually looking forward to seeing what yours is, Linda. I know what it is. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing it done. I won't say. Here comes the heavy blacks.
Yeah.
Chris Fields says this is turning out awesome.
Who said?
Chris Fields.
Oh, thanks, Chris.
Monica said, I've never read Ghost Rider, but I'm jealous of how epic this piece is turning out.
I predict this piece will become a tattoo.
Yeah, I've got a feeling this piece is going to be seen again somewhere. We're making prints for MegaCon out of this one. You got to do like a card set. Just Simpson mashup with Marvel characters.
Oh yeah, Fox won't be upset about that at all.
Well, Disney owns Fox and Marvel, so it's all in the family.
Yeah, so I'll get sued multiple times.
When they said Bill hit this one out of the park. Everyone's loving this one. It always seems like the last sketch of the night is always the one that makes people go crazy.
That's because I'm just getting warmed up.
It only took you 5 hours to get warmed up.
Yeah.
What's the longest drawing sketch you've ever done?
This one.
Get out of here.
No, I don't know. I don't usually time myself, so I'm not really sure.
Do you tend when you when you paint or anything like that? You tend to go longer?
Yeah. If I'm working on a painting or a drawing that's not a quick sketch, it's my job, so I spend as many hours as I can.
That's usually whenever I text Bill or something. If he doesn't text me back for a long time, I'm like, oh, he's probably painting.
Yeah.
He gets in the zone when they're painting.
That's pretty good.
I'll try to get Bill to send me scans of all these pieces for you guys.
Yeah, that's no problem.
But he's going to be sending these out to me right away, so we'll get them in your hands quickly.
Yeah, I plan to go to the post office on Monday.
Yeah, so I should have these mid to late week. And I'll get them boxed up. Be about 2 weeks, guys. You should have these in hand. I hope, anyway. You never know with the Postal Service what's going to happen. I had a piece that was supposed to get delivered to me, that Texera piece. That was supposed to be here Tuesday, and it came yesterday. It's like, well, that's a first. I got a piece like 3 days early.
Yeah.
But I have a piece coming from overseas, though. It's at least 2 weeks late now.
Oh God, some of these countries during COVID, I've had things take like 3 months to get into somebody's hands.
It's crazy. One of the women who buys from me, her name is Bethany. She's in China. I ship her stuff, and I forget that I shipped her stuff by the time I hear from her back that she got it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that was months ago. But at least he gets there. Oh my god, I have so many ideas for Bart as a Ghost Rider now. When he told me he had said to me earlier that he wanted to do this, and I thought it was a perfect combination because Bart's got the hair that you can use as his whole head like that, so it's distinctively him. It was perfect request. Looks fantastic.
Yeah, I like the way the leather's coming out.
Yeah, it came together quick.
I think I'm channeling my inner Texera.
So now I'm going to get text to draw Bart Simpson. Actually, I have a SpongeBob on that
Oh yeah.
on that piece.
So what was the thinking behind that? Does that just represent like comics culture?
Yeah, it's for a program for Pittsburgh Comic Con. So I'm guessing the idea was to show characters across all media, all forms of comics, and of course the pencils, the inks, and the color.
Yeah.
And then the hand in there drawing it. So, but it's mostly Marvel on that thing. Batman is one of the shadows.
Vampirella,
and then there's a Superman in the other corner. Hold on, I'm gonna look at it real quick. SpongeBob. And then there's a woman, which I heard is the person who used to run the show or something like that. I'm not sure about that. Laura Croft is there. Shane says, looking killer.
Thank you.
That's so good. Well, I think these color pieces are a hit, my friend.
Oh, good.
Well, not a lot of artists offer stuff like that too, which is nice.
I think the challenge for me is just the limited color. I wish they made, more of a variety. And who knows, maybe they will.
Yeah, who knows? There might be other companies out there to do the same, basically make the same thing in a bigger variety of colors too.
Well, it used to be for these paint pens, the only thing you could get was like gold and silver.
Oh yeah. Did you buy like a whole set?
Yeah, I bought a whole set, and then I bought a bunch of individual ones that weren't in the set. And then I also got some fluorescent ones because I wanted to sign those Futurama posters.
All right.
Those blacklight ones.
Yeah.
Hey, do you remember that woman at Pensacon who brought that Professor Farnsworth pin,
Yes.
and he's holding the hypodermic, and
Yes.
so she sent me a whole box of stuff. Um, it's really amazing. I got to show you some of this. I mean, she sent me like pins and stickers.
Oh, let me see.
Look, and this is my favorite right here. Look at this.
I can't see. Oh, yeah.
So it's the Planet Express ship down like the Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, yeah. That's pretty cool.
Got this guy. You got to do what you got to do. Anyway, whole box of these.
That's cool.
Yeah. I won't waste
But
time.
she makes them, right? She.
Yeah. So I talked to her about possibly making some for me,
Right.
like based on my characters,
Right.
and then having those to sell at shows.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Did she say what the turnaround time on it was?
I didn't ask her about turnaround. The price is pretty cost effective, economical.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they're like $2 a pin.
That's not bad.
You got to get a minimum of like 50 or something like that, but
Yeah, that's not.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do before I send these off. I'll do a few little touch-ups.
All right.
But
You're just about done. You want to hold that up?
yeah.
Damn, that's good. I really like that.
Oh, I got to do the word balloon too.
Yeah.
What's he saying again?
What was it? It was
Vengeance is mine, dude.
yeah, that was the one.
Okay.
Vengeance is mine, dude.
Let's see. I want to put that in and hold it up again because
Yeah.
need that for full effect. All right. Before I screw this up, vengeance is spelled
Vengence, right?
Is it Vengeance? Vengeance?
Let me do a spell check. Vengeance. So yes. No regrets.
Yeah.
He just texted to me.
All right. Wait a minute.
All right, here you go, Michael. Wow, that's so cool. That's fantastic. He just
Okay.
texted me, said, "Tell him I love it and thank you very much."
Oh, great. You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, everybody, thank you for joining us tonight for a special show. Thank you, Bill Morrison, of course, for hanging out with us and offering up this sketch op for everybody.
Oh, and the Hummer I will finish
Yeah, there
right
you
after
go.
dinner.
You'll finish that. He'll give me the scan. Like I said, I'm going to have these in hand probably late next week, guys. So these will be turned around pretty quick. And we really appreciate everybody coming out, seeing us. And don't forget Tuesday, Michael Golden and Rodney Ramos. And we will talk to you guys soon. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Get vaccinated. That's what Bill says.
That's right.
Take care.